and Therapeutics Development at the Institute of Molecular Genetics, Genetic Engineering at the University of Belgrade. Today, with us, we will have amazing speakers that are usually at the top-level conferences across Europe and the world, but today they are in Belgrade. We are having Stephen Laurie, bioinformatician at the National Center for Genome Analysis in Barcelona, Spain. We are having Vicente Yepes, also bioinformatician from Technical University of Munich and also co-founder of Omics Discoveries. And online, we are having Angelica Delgado Vega, who is medical doctor working at Karolinska Institute, Department of Molecular Medicine and Surgery in Sweden, in Stockholm. So today, we are going to talk about undiagnosed rare diseases as a part of our bridging program, a project funded by European Union. We are raising awareness about undiagnosed diseases. I think I do not have to say to this audience what is the definition of rare diseases and how important is diagnosing them. But I just want to briefly mention how next-generation sequencing truly transform diagnosing of rare diseases by decreasing time to diagnosing and by increasing the rate of diagnostic rate. Also, next-generation sequencing, such as clinical exome and whole genome, are actually replacing many other tests. So we are having one test to replace many other tests and many other medical examinations, which in some cases could be also painful. However, now in 2025, we are still having 50%, approximately 50% of patients which are not being diagnosed, and those are for several reasons. So those are patients that could be diagnosed but are still not diagnosed yet, and they will be when whole genome is applied or RNA sequencing is applied, or just in a matter of time when we gather enough of genetic data. But there are also genes and diseases that are not discovered yet, so we still have a lot of research to do in order to cover diagnostics of all patients that have a rare condition. So today we are going to talk what we can do at this moment to tackle undiagnosed diseases. A large-scale data sharing is often described as the backbone of solving rare disease cases. So I wanted to ask Steve, you've helped to build RDConnect genome phenome analysis platform, which is European infrastructure for rare diseases and which integrates data from tens of thousands of cases of rare diseases across Europe. So what can you say, what are key elements in technical aspect and in governance-related aspect that makes this platform effective to diagnose patients with rare diseases?
Thank you, Maya. So just before I answer the question, I would just say thank you very much to the organizers for giving us the opportunity to come here and share some of our knowledge. It's a great honor to be here in Serbia, and it's wonderful to see what a vibrant community you have and what a great job you're doing in rare diseases as a whole. So to get to the RDConnect GPAP. So the RDConnect GPAP came out of a European Union project that started in 2013. So it's been developing over a long period of time. And one of what I feel is, from the technical aspect, the most important thing, and this is still ongoing, is that we need to have our data standardized and harmonized. So the most important thing for rare diseases, as Maya alluded to, is sharing, being able to share the data in a certain way. Not share all the data, but share the data so that we can share, so that we can collaborate, and so that we communicate, and so that we're all speaking the same language. And when I say speaking the same language, this is what in this case, I'm referring to the data standardization and harmonization. So when we describe our patient data, we need to try to describe it in the same way. And there's various ways of doing this. We use the human phenotype ontology that was developed around about 10 years ago as well. HPO terms, you may have heard of it. And this is a way of giving a structured description of the symptoms that an affected individual presents with. And the same, of course, with all the genomic data. We need to make sure we're talking about the same thing. And we talk about one human genome as if it was one thing, but actually there is no one human genome. We have a reference genome that we use, that we compare to, but the reference genome is not an individual. And everybody in this room has a different genome, quite a different genome. You know, not just the 4 million letters that are different, but also we all have big pieces. You know, we have extra pages, each of us, in our books that make us all different. So it's very important that we, as a community, that we know that we're talking about the same things. In terms of technical challenges, at the moment, with our DConnect GPAP, up until now, the data has had to come to us. So we've been a central resource in Barcelona. So we now have data from over 30,000 individuals across Europe, and some even further afield. We have some from Canada, some from India, and a few from some other countries. And that data all has to come to Barcelona. And one thing we do is we put it through the same analysis. So we put it through exactly the same workflow, because no workflow is perfect either. So this way, at least if you use a single workflow, when you know what the failings are in that workflow, if it has any, when you discover any biases it has, you know that will apply to all the data. Whereas if you have multiple workflows, then it's very hard to work on the data as a whole. But of course, going forwards, particularly with GDPR and concerns about privacy, which are very justified in the field of genomics, we want to be able to analyze data without moving it around. So that's an important concern. Regarding standards, again, if there's an organization, a global organization called the Global Alliance for Genomics and Health. At the moment, it's been led out of Ontario Cancer Research, the Ontario Institute of Cancer Research in Canada, but there's strong contributors from the Broad in Boston and from EBI-MBL in Cambridge, and they have many working groups that work on all these different challenges. But the interesting thing is here, they have about 20 different working groups, so it shows how many challenges we still have. They're not just doing rare diseases, but a lot of their work is focused on rare disease or directly relevant to rare diseases, all related to genomics. So this being able to speak the same language is very important. To come on to the governance issues, which is related, as I said, I referred to the GDPR, which is the European General Directive. Oh, I should have looked up. GDPR. General Data Privacy, well, it's about data privacy.
Regulation.
Regulation, thank you. Okay. So GDPR, and it's about everything, right? So it's not just about, it's about the data on your phones. It's not just about genomic data. So it's very important that we realize this data is private. Obviously, all our genomes are very private. They're private to us. As I say, they're unique to us. But within rare diseases, we know that we have to share the data, because if we don't share the data, then in many cases, many times the cases won't get solved. The more we share, the more diagnosis we will reach, and the more likely it is that affected individuals will get the correct treatment. So we need to share, but in a controlled manner. You need to share within legal restrictions. You need to share as much as possible, but only the bare minimum, right? So as much as possible to reach the diagnosis, but not more than necessary. So you need to be able to give a phenotypic description, but you don't have to give a date of birth. You need to be able to give key genomic information, but not all the genomic information, right? And doing that in a robust manner is a challenge as well. But it's something as a community we're starting to solve. There's various initiatives. You may have heard of Matchmaker Exchange, the GA4GH Beacon initiative. Now Genomics Alliance for Genomic Health is also doing a variant level matching. And these are ways of sharing data in a controlled manner, but around the world. So even if somebody has a rare disease where there might only be 5 or 6 people in a country that have the same condition, and you're not aware of, the doctors aren't aware of the other ones, you can maybe find somebody who has the same condition in Germany or in the USA or in Australia, and by sharing this information, you can come to a diagnosis for the patients, you can identify the gene that's involved, and you can hopefully, in the future, develop treatments based upon that gene.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Steve. And Vicente, let's talk about RNA molecule, because we are so used in these conferences talking about DNA analysis, DNA testing, whole exome sequencing, whole genome sequencing, but we are realizing at this moment that increment that whole genome sequencing is giving us in comparison to whole exome is not as we expected it would be. It is maybe up to 5% more diagnosis than we have with really good done whole exome sequencing. But then with RNA molecular level, we are actually being able to analyze 10% more of undiagnosed cases. So can you explain a bit about RNA sequencing and when and how we can expect to be introduced into routine clinical diagnostics?
Okay, we have a very good question, starting right away. So, well, as Steve said, thanks a lot. It's been a great week here in Serbia. I felt very welcome. I'm very impressed of the people, the infrastructure. It's amazing. Now going to the RNA-seq. So just to give a bit of context, with the DNA, we're able to detect the variants that a person have or the mutations, right? And that's it. We don't know what's the effect of them. We don't know if they cause something in the next molecule, which is the RNA-seq, or in the protein, or if they're pathogenic or not, just by sequencing. Now there are many tools and databases that we know, that allows to tell us, this variant is rare, for example, and this variant is predicted to affect the RNA, or is predicted to affect the protein assembly. But no, there's a difference between just is predicted to, and actually you can imagine, if you could quantify the molecule and assess whether it indeed decreased or had a real effect. And that's what we can do with RNA-seq. So we quantify more or less, this is called gene expression. We quantify each of the 12,000 expressed genes in a given tissue at a given time in a person, let's say for us. And then we can model the distribution, statistically modeling the distribution of each of these genes. And then, so more example, the curve looks like this. And I can quantify how far is each gene from the average. And then I can tell this gene is, for example, expressed very, very low with respect to the rest. And then I go back to the DNA to find a potential variant that can explain this behavior. And together, with the phenotype, so it's the three together, it gives a way, way bigger information to the geneticist, the clinician analyzing the case, to decide whether this variant is pathogenic or not. And it does not work all the time. Some genes are not expressed in a tissue. So if there are some genes that are only work in the brain, if I take the blood of the patient, I will not be able to see it. That's a limitation. But in many cases, we can see it because the DNA is the same, right, in all the cells of the body, or almost exactly the same. So in that sense, it has brought increased diagnostic rates. We have worked in different projects in Germany. So I work in Germany. And now in the European level, in Solvardi, we had collaborations also with Asia, with hospitals in Japan, in Hong Kong, in US, in Canada. So we have seen this increased diagnostic rate. It's very, very difficult to estimate how much is it actually, because in many cases, it's like, given that the patient failed DNA analysis, now we do RNA. And this DNA analysis could be clinical exome or whole genome, and very much inspected, reinspected. So it's extremely difficult to quantify. Some papers have as low as 3%. Some papers say 35%. In my first study in Munich, we achieved 15%. And in Solvardi, the European consortium, we achieved 7%. Why lower this 7%? Because these were cases that were not solved or diagnosed in the respective hospitals, in the different European centers, and that later were not solved also by the DNA analysis of Solvardi. So they had twice failed the DNA analysis. So they were a very tough case, and that's why we had this lower diagnostic rate, 7%. But it's reality. So usually people will do a DNA first and then RNA, if possible. Now, indeed, there are some challenges, right? First is resources, funding, money. So doing another experiment costs more money, double, right? Around double the price of what you will pay for the DNA. So then what do? Do you sequence more patients or less patients, but you do DNA and RNA-seq at the same time? It's super tough. Or you do 3 of the parents, And yeah, unfortunately, doing such kind of socioeconomical studies is super tough. Like there's no way we'll get the ethics committee to approve. Oh, this family we will do 3, and with this we'll do a DNA and RNA-seq. There's no way. So we do what we can with the given resources, and I'm quite convinced that RNA-seq is the second best tool, or the best tool to complement DNA. It does not replace it. It complements DNA, and together we have seen great success in variants that are intronic, that are synonymous, large variants that are very difficult to interpret at the DNA level. We have seen that already in action in cases, and not just in one disease, in different rare diseases, in different centers, analyzed by different people. So we are quite convinced that it's a very good complementary tool.
Yes, thank you. At least for now, in research projects, we will try to work on the RNA level until it reaches clinics. Angelica, so once we have identified all those variants at the DNA level and RNA level, we really need to categorize them, to interpret them, and it has to be done in the context of a patient's phenotype. So can you comment from perspective of a medical doctor how important deep phenotypization, extensively described phenotype it is? I know that you in Sweden have tips to toe questionnaire that helps doctors, but is it something that is present in everyday routine, or is it reserved only for special, most complicated cases?
Thank you, Maya, and good morning, everyone. I'm also very happy and very honored to be with you here from the distance and in Sweden, and I'm sad not to be able to be there physically. I just wanted to double check. Do you hear me well?
All good, yes.
So as Vicente and Steve have put it so beautifully, the bottleneck is today is not sequencing but interpretation. And without this precise clinical correlation, when there are several risks. One is that you report incidental findings or that are not relevant, and also that you miss the real causal variant. I think I see good phenotype as a searchlight in this work, and as a way to reduce this effective search space from thousands of candidate variants to a handful of variants that are biologically relevant but also clinically relevant. And essentially, you could see like turning this haystack into a much smaller pile. And Tip2Toe is an online form designed to capture phenotype data in a structured and standardized ways. It is based on paper form that the Undiagnosed Disease Network International Diagnostic Working Group, that's a long name, but there is in the UDNI a special group dedicated to improve the diagnosis of patients with that remain undiagnosed internationally. And this group developed this form. It has a modular framework that takes family history, development, growth, malformations, because and I'm going to connect to something that Steve said, that we need comprehensive information, but we need to think what's necessary, what's the minimal information that we need to diagnose a patient. And when you are in front of a clinical record for a patient with a rare disease, it is usually a very extensive clinical record with several pages to go through. And you cannot give this to a bioinformatician. You have to know what is relevant, what is important, and you have to put it in a format that is easy to analyze, that is easy to share, that is compatible with your variant interpretations tools. And that's the gap that this Tip2Toe format is trying to fill. So to be able to have a good output, you need a better input. And that's what we are doing. That's what we're using it for. And we are using it right now mostly within our undiagnosed diseases program. It is very extensive. This is where the form really shines because it captures very comprehensive information. But I think in routine clinical diagnosis, it could be adapted. So that, for example, if you have a patient with a very specific diagnostics, a cardiomyopathy or skeletal dysplasia, then this extensive form will be definitely excessive. But if you can adapt it, and you can have for different phenotypes, for different groups of diseases, you can capture different terms, different sets of phenotypes. And what you want to do is to help the clinicians, to guide them. Okay, what do you need to think about? How was pregnancy? And then they easily check, yes, normal, abnormal, or there was something, and then they are able to click, like if there is some alteration with the amniotic fluid, with the neonatal features, and then they understand what is relevant for us in a clinical diagnostic setting to know. So this, and I really believe this deep phenotyping is not optional, because it's like a compass that can turn this variant list into interpretable candidate diagnosis. Yes, that's what I would say.
Yes, thank you very much. Very, very nicely said. It is a compass for us to do genetic analysis. So can I ask you the technical support? So in order to introduce you to the next topic that we are going to talk about, I would like to show you a very short video of a hackathon event, because when you gather all the data from DNA level, RNA level, and phenotype data, then you make an event like this and gather many different experts from different fields, medical, biochemical, molecular biologists, in one place to share knowledge and to collectively try to solve the hardest cases. Can we see the video? Thank you. So what we saw was the world's first undiagnosed hackathon, which was organized at the Karolinska Institute. And I would like to hear from Angelica to tell us more how the idea of hackathon was conceptualized and what drove selection of these patients and what were the obstacles to make it and what were the positive moments. Tell us how it was.
Yes. Yeah. I think I've seen that video 100 times, and it hits me hard every time. It captures. It was a very special event. So it was born around a table in the UDNI meeting in Vienna in 2022, and around this table was the PI of our research group and leader of our undiagnosed diseases program, that is Anne Nurgren, Helene and Mick Sederud, that are the presidents of the Wilhelm Foundation, that is an organization of patients with undiagnosed diseases. It was also the CEO of Phenotypes, that is a company for deep phenotyping. And it was many of us, and we were like just brainstorming about ideas. What could we do? How could we innovate? And Orion, the leader of Phenotypes, was telling us he was directly after this meeting, he was going to Japan to a hackathon. And then we were very interested, and he was saying that this is an idea inspired by the tech world where they bring together programmers to solve a specific problem under time pressure, and they work in teams, and there is a certain competition and there is a prize involved. And then all people around the table just got very excited. It was like, this sounds very amazing, and this we could really adapt it to rare diseases. And pretty much around that table, everything was conceptualized, how we were going to do it. We decided we will generate all the best data that can be generated today with the technology available. So we generated for 10 families, undiagnosed families, whole genome sequencing data, long-read sequencing data, RNA sequencing data, methylation data. And we knew that this was not going to be possible only with this massive amount of data, that we needed to bring expertise and from multiple fields, from multiple countries and institutions, and kept this intensive time-bound event. And we chose the most challenging cases around the world, that they were chosen from the UDNI. So the UDNI has it's a network of different undiagnosed diseases programs. So the undiagnosed disease programs could apply, could postulate patients, candidate patients, and they were chosen because of the severity of the disease. They had to be extensively investigated locally first and still remain undiagnosed. We prioritize children with severe intellectual disability, malformations, and from the very beginning, we involved the families of these patients. They were not only participants or research subjects, they were co-organizers of this event. And I think we succeeded in creating a very unique collaborative environment where barriers between researchers and clinicians were turned down, and we had PhD students working side by side with professors, and yes, what else? Thinking about your question, the challenges. There were many challenges. This turned out to be more difficult than what you think. One, it was the generation of the data requires a huge infrastructure, and we had always the support of our sequencing platform. Also work hand with hand with the IT department of both the hospital and the university, so Karolinska University Hospital and Karolinska Institute. We put all this data server. We had to make sure that all participants had access to the data. the clinical phenotype, and because we were sharing sensitive patient data, we also had ethical and legal problems. We had to have the proper consents in place, international collaborations agreements that consume also a significant preparation time. The sound handling, all these RNA sequencing and long-read sequencing need samples that need to be extracted very quickly, like high molecular weight needs to be extracted within a couple of days. RNA data needs to be, and we had blood samples traveling all the way from Ghana, Congo, from Istanbul, from India, and these samples had to arrive from the moment the patient was given the sample and the parents. It had to go max 72 hours until the lab at Karolinska handled it. So you also need a very good transport company to understand your needs and coordinate so that everything goes smoothly. And we got, so I think it was thanks to all that we could make this event possible. And then when all of this is in place, well, I think this definitely the collective intelligence that we had in place, it was very fun to see human collaboration in real time, experts sitting by side, generating hypotheses, testing them immediately, checking findings, something that usually doesn't happen routinely in the hospital. We usually have different people looking at different parts of the data, and we reach different conclusions. But here we're looking together at the same data. We were learning from each other. Clinicians have a much better understanding of what bioinformaticians do, and the other way around. For many researchers, many bioinformaticians, they never see the patients. They just see data, and many of them have come back to us and say, this is the first time I see like the families, the stories behind this data. And it's something that we clinicians give for granted, but it's because we have been in contact with them all the time. And also for the patients, it was important because they usually see a report, they usually only have contact with one person, but they became aware of all the amount of people that works behind a single analysis. Families were there. I forgot to say there. We invited the Swedish families, and they talked to all the participants that were available for the clinicians to do physical examinations of the children, sharing details about the medical history. And patients describe this experience as validating, as they were really were seeing that there is a whole system globally trying to help them, and that helps them like build a lot of trust for the rare diseases community. And yes, I think that's, in summary, what we did and what was the key of the success.
Thank you, Angelica. It was really a great event, and I want to mention that all three of our speakers were actually present at this first Undiagnosed Hackathon, and it actually inspired. It was, the first one was international one. Patients were from all continents, but then the idea was spread to European networks, and solvatons emerged. Can you both comment on this concept?
I start.
I'll go first, and then I'll let you. Okay, so I'll do a short part, and then I'll let Vicente talk a bit more about why we did it in our data in Solvardi. Sorry. So yeah, we decided to pick this up in Solvardi, which was the last big European European rare disease project. But Solvardi was particularly focusing on undiagnosed patients, so people who had already, to be part of the research project, you had to already have a clinical exome done at least, and some had genomes done as well, and they remained undiagnosed. And then and then we reanalyzed that, and we managed to diagnose as a community initially about 12 or 13%, but it's going up over time. But then we still had a large number of cases that remained undiagnosed, obviously. And therefore, then what we did was we started using new technologies, right? So we did some more, those that hadn't had whole genome sequencing, we did some short read whole genome sequencing. But then we also did some long read whole genome sequencing, which you've probably heard about. So PacBio or Nanopore or long read. And they give you, in many ways, they give you better quality data, but at the moment, they're still more expensive. But we did quite a few PacBio sequencing. Then we did a lot of, some cases went forward for RNA sequencing. And we also did some methylomics, and we also did something else called optical genome mapping. So the point there as a bioinformatician was, I mean, all the things that Angelica has said, being part of these things and meeting the clinicians at the hackathons, meeting the patients as well. These things are all wonderful, but just the idea is also it's a learning thing. So as a bioinformatician, I've never looked at long-read data before we had the solvathons. I'd never looked at optical genome mapping before we went to the solvathon in Nijmegen. So it was really a good way for us as bioinformaticians to learn from other people, other bioinformaticians, other peers, because a bioinformatician is many different things, and I know a lot about DNA, but I know very little about RNA, So for me, that was one of the great benefits of the solvathon. But Vincenti was really one of the driving forces behind getting solvathons going in their data, so he can tell some more.
Thanks, Steve. Well, I can start even with the origin, as Angelica explained, as the origin of the undiagnosed hackathon. We were at the Solvardi meeting in Frankfurt in September 22, so very, very similar. The timelines are super similar. And then so it was the first time after COVID in person. And some people were, we sent the DNA data, the geneticists months ago, years ago, and we didn't have the results partly because of the consent that Angelica explained. It's super tough to get consent in a continental project involving 50 centers, hundreds of samples, thousands of samples. So that delayed terribly. Then COVID came, so you could not go to the hospital to do the experiments. So there was major delays, and people were starting. They said directly, we lost the motivation on the project. We were there physically in Frankfurt. It was okay. And then Julian, my boss from Technical University of Munich, said, okay, so why don't we gather together and just look at the data together? We have lots of patients unsolved. Let's go to Barcelona, because there's one of the main centers of Solvardi, not because it's lots of fun and cool city. We said, let's go to Barcelona for 3 days in winter, so that at least we can escape a bit of the winter. Be together and solve 12 cases. And then this was in Germany, and some of the Germans were, but there's almost no budget, the project is ending. And there was Han Brunner, back then the director of the Radboud Institute in Netherlands, and he was, wait, we have to do this. There's no other way. This has to happen. If the project is going to end, at least let's make this the final achievement of the project. And then there was, the RNA-seq data was just coming up then, so not to have just whole exome sequencing data that many people are used to. They say, okay, and let's do it in RNA-seq. So suddenly, we went to the Solvardi meeting, and I was in charge of organizing this event within 5 months of that. We said it has to be February because the grant ends in March, so for the funding. I was like, okay. So it was a marathonic effort to have to do it on time. I had experience before with RNA-seq data, but it was also integrating the DNA, collecting from GPUB, collecting the phenotype, and thinking what is the best way to deliver the results to the clinical geneticists so that we maximize these 2-3 days that we will be together. Yes, and we came up with some tables, but it was during the event that Steve said, so it's also about learning for us. And then I really, with the clinicians being in the laptop together with them, it's like, okay, I should have actually sorted this way, I should have created this plot, now I see what is useful, now I see what is useless. And that allows, because at the end we did 4 in Solvardi, and then I went to Sweden for that, and that allowed each solvathon to improve. We took always the feedback, and the feedback, not just the questionnaire, but actually the sitting together and listening and seeing how the people interpret stuff, and at the same time guiding them. So at the end, we did 4 in Solvardi. The first one focused on RNA-seq, the second one in whole genome sequencing, the third one in long read, and the last one in multiomics. And each was amazing. In each of them, we solved cases. And then the idea, because we were in each hundreds of samples were results of hundreds of samples were released. But we did this training the first day, the first morning. Okay, here is how this data should be inspected. And because of that training, now the doctors can go back to their centers and keep on inspecting those results. So that was extremely important and useful to have. So that is not just a 2 days thing, but it's actually forever. Now,
learning experience.
Exactly, for learning experience, and that they can immediately apply it to other software data and to whatever other cases. Also in the Diagnosis Hackathon, I learned so much, and with these doctors all over the world that I still meet, and I'm happy to see. I learn a lot also from the clinical side.
I will just add that it's beyond the amount of diagnosis that we make on site, because we learn what we learn, we bring to our hospitals, to our homes, and we diagnose much more patients locally after that.
Yes, these events are for sure a game changer in the field of rare diseases. And I think you have to comment on Nature paper that was published.
Yes, on Tuesday we had our Nature Genetics Perspective paper describing the 4. And Angelica is the first author also of the first Undiagnosed Hackathon, also Nature Genetics comment from published last year. So if you want to know more, those they're available.
And all participants are co-authors. I remember the editor saying, I don't know how I'm going to handle this, but we were like, yes, it is important that everyone it's part of this.
And I would just say this, so the current large European Union-funded project is called ARDERA, European Rare Disease Research Alliance. I'm not doing very well with my acronyms today. And we're taking this forward, like, so we're organizing SOVA funds, but we're organizing both like SOVA funds locally, SOVA funds at the level of the country, and SOVA funds across Europe, you know, so the concept is really building, and I think this is a really, to come back to the sharing and the collaboration, this is a great way to share and collaborate and share knowledge, you know, so that you have some of the attendees are first year or second year PhD students, you know, and they can come to this event and really get to meet people who've been doing that work for 10 years that they maybe don't have in their own division or their own lab, you know, and then they can really understand that data, and that gives them a lot more power going forwards to help with every aspect of rare disease.
And we in Serbia also picked this concept, and in August we made kind of small hackathon, solvathon, very locally here to analyze 28 unrelated patients, but we still have to work on collecting all types of different data in order to be able to really solve more of the cases. And also, I think for the future, we have to increase the number of participants and to have more bioinformaticians and medical doctors and all different expertises in order to be specific, and this event was under our Bridging RD project. But I was wondering, Angelica, what would you say that once all options are exhausted, so you have undiagnosed patient, everything has been done for the cutting-edge analysis that could be done at the moment, and the patient was in the and looked at the hackathon, and it still remains unsolved. So, what is the hope? What would you say to a patient that is still undiagnosed after this huge effort of many medical doctors and actually using all the options there are at the moment?
I'm very happy that you asked me this question. I have talked a lot about the hackathon and nobody has asked me this. And it is very difficult because patients that participate in this event, their expectations are up in the sky. They have a lot of years of diagnostic odyssey, and they think, this is now. Now we are going to get an explanation. Now we are going to get a diagnosis. And then and they don't get it. And they are very sad, very disappointed. And I think the way we approached it was like validating their grief, because if they have a very long story of negative and normal answers, and this is a big one. But I think they are also incredibly grateful, and because they understand that everything that is currently possible today has been done, and they validate that their child has something very rare, and that the reason they don't get a diagnosis is not that the local doctor doesn't know, is that nobody knows. And even if no diagnosis was found, we always explain that your child's case is now part of an international effort, and we are gonna keep searching. And as new knowledge emerges, your child's data can be reanalyzed quickly. And that we tell them that in the past years, hundreds of genes are described every year, and many children that remain unsolved for 3 years ago, we are diagnosing today. They are receiving answers today, and it's thanks to families like you, that like yours, that accept to be part of this initiative that move this knowledge forward. We give them hope, and we ensure them that the data is going to be securely stored and everything. And actually, that has happened. Just a couple of weeks, we had a couple of boys from Ghana, and they were undiagnosed. And we just for the 2 weeks ago, it was a paper, a preprint about a disorder in a gene, and we had seen variants in this gene, and we are pretty sure that's what they have. So they are going to get a diagnosis.
That is amazing. This is really hopeful, and it also tells us that this is just one point in the process, and we still need to continue to collaborate and to make an effort to solve the most difficult cases. Thank you very much. And I was wondering, Steve, what do you feel about formation of new bioinformatic minds and generations? How much they will be important in the future for rare disease field? And also, can you also comment on artificial intelligence and federated learning and all these new opportunities that the technology is bringing to us?
Sure, yeah, great questions. So I'll start off with the artificial intelligence side, I think. I'm quite an artificial intelligence optimist at the moment. I mean, I see, at least within our field, I'm an optimist. I see various challenges in other aspects of human life. But I think in rare diseases, I think artificial intelligence, I feel, will make a big difference. And that's for a variety of reasons. One of the first reasons is, we know a lot about the exome, which is the protein coding part of the genome, but that's only 2% of our DNA, right? And basically, that's where we look for things. Outside that 2%, we know very little. Now, we know some of the other 98% is not likely to be interesting most of the time. But there's good evidence that about 10% of it probably is interesting. We just don't understand what it's doing at the moment, right? So the challenge we face in any sort of diagnostics at all levels is that it's time, and time is money, right? So in general, even when you use our platform, for our platform will help you analyze all your DNA variants, right? So you start off with 4 million variants, and it'll get you down to what depends on the disease, it depends on the family structure, essentially, the phenotype, but it'll get you down to some tens of variants, right? And sometimes we find something, sometimes we find something for sure, and you get a diagnosis. Sometimes you find something that's highly likely, you give it back to the clinician, it's their decision. But many times, of course, you find various things, and you don't know really what they're doing, right? Because they're in a gene that's not been associated with disease. Although this gene does something similar to this other gene that has been associated with disease. But then what do you do in that situation, So, I mean, if you've got the facility, if you're part of a research lab, that's specialists in that situation, or I mean, not us obviously, I mean the people who provided the data in the first place, then they can maybe build a model, or they can maybe look in a cell and try to justify it if they've got the funds and the time and the knowledge to work on that, right? But most of the time, it's a case of you spend 20 to 30 minutes looking at this data, and if you don't find it, you go on to the next case because you have a number of data sets to look at, right? And what we've tried to do is we've tried to integrate all the data in one place. But what we've done by integration is we make it very easy for you to get access to all the data, right? So we give you all the data we can on any variant, but you have to go and look, right? And this is on any variant. Where I think artificial intelligence might be able to help us is, whereas we can only spend 20 or 30 minutes because that's how long it takes us to do it, artificial intelligence will be able to, I feel, go through the very long tail of possible candidate and look at every single one, including the things that we think aren't interesting. And sometimes we think the reason we think they're not interesting, that can be wrong. That can be because the data set, the information we have on it is not fully robust, right? Very few things in biology are yes and no. Very, very few things. Even in genetics, very, very few things are yes and no. So I think artificial intelligence will help solve that time problem. Another thing where I think it's probably interesting is probably in the phenotypic information and the health record information. So one of the big challenges that Angelica has alluded to as well, you know, they have this tip to toe to try to get the information in. We have another system based on HPOs to try to get the phenotypic descriptions in. But there's various challenges there. One is I don't know in the case of Karolinska actually, but in our case it's a one-time thing. So they fill it in. Maybe they fill it in when the child is 1 year old. Mm-hmm. By the time that we're analyzing it, the child might be 3 or 4 years old because not because that's how long it took us to analyze it, but because that's when they got into the European project and then everybody got the consent and then they sent the stuff. So we maybe get the data 3 years later, but the phenotypic description might still be the old phenotypic description, whereas now the child has new symptoms, some symptoms is gone, other symptoms, you know. So this, the ability to standardize health records in some manner and get data taken out from free text, that's something that artificial intelligence is extremely good at, actually. It still makes mistakes, they all make mistakes, but they're getting better. But that's something it is extremely good at, and I think if we can find robust, secure ways of doing this, again, because the problem is you can't just give it the patient's whole health record, well, unless you've got your model fully on site, because then you're giving away too much information, you know? So actually, I mean, the way to do it is you actually need an AI model, you need a copy of ChatGPT, but in the hospital, essentially, right? So the information goes to ChatGPT, it helps you, but it doesn't go out to the world, right? It doesn't go out to ChatGPT.
Yeah.
So
federated learning.
Exactly, yeah. So and the other one, yeah, exactly. And the other point that comes back to the data sharing, which is the federated learning, right? So as I said, within SolveRD, all the data came to CNAG first, and this was before GDPR when it was started. Mm-hmm. And then there's various countries that aren't able to share the data. So the Nordic countries don't share data, and France doesn't share data, and various others. So, but you still want to be able to communicate, right? So the idea here is that you have databases that are similar, like so you could have a GPAP instance in each country, or you have a database that's using the same standards, so that you can still do remote queries, very small amounts of data, but just to get the key information about these very rare patients in other places which might be similar to the individuals you have in your own center. And I don't know if there was another question before that.
About bioinformaticians in general, new generations, importance of them.
Yeah, so I think a lot of these, I mean, bioinformaticians are still going to be essential, but I think we're moving somewhere else. So I think we're moving a bit more downstream. So I think the last 10 years of bioinformatics, at least with respect to genomics, because a bioinformatician is a lot of things. So I'm only thinking about genomics and rare disease, what we're talking here. I think we have done a lot of work now to manage to standardize. I think now we know what we're doing. So we've done enough experiments to know where we need to go. You know, so with the standardization, the harmonization, the sharing, and now I think the challenges are to solve these problems in terms of exactly how we do it technically and exactly how we do it in a safe manner and exactly how we do it within regulations. And I think that's where the sort of bioinformatics in rare diseases is. Of course, there will always be new technologies, and as soon as when any new technology comes along, you have to work out how to look at the data. And I guess this is something that is clear to me, but not clear to the audience. I mean, the DNA data, the variant data, is pretty reliable, and by pretty reliable, I mean it's like 99% correct over 90% of your genome. But when you come to looking at copy number variants and structural variants and other types of variants that are very obviously explain rare diseases too, the data is very, very noisy. So the challenge is always trying to work out what's real and what's a false positive, right? And that, as any new technology emerges, that is always a challenge, I think. So there'll still be work for bioinformaticians.
Many things to solve in the future. So Vicente, what would you say in your platform that you develop RNA vision, there is integration of DNA and RNA level, but again, there are RNAs expressed in different tissues. So do you envision that you will integrate data from different tissues, some spatial transcriptomics, and how will persons that are users of the platform be capable of understanding of the complex data?
Okay, let's go one by one on the question. So indeed, we have built as part of the company now a platform dedicated for the analysis of RNA-seq data together with DNA and with clinical phenotype, because we need the compass.
Of course.
So talking about the DNA and the RNA, indeed, so when you test DNA, you usually take blood because you can, like it's easy. Now the RNA is, as I said before, it measures how much each of the genes are working. So it's not at all the same than to take blood, than to take skin, than to take a brain, than to take liver, than to take stomach. And it's not at all taking it right now, we as adults, or when they are kids or even embryos. It's completely different. But at the end, we are not that free as saying, oh, then yes, I need the liver of this person. There's no way, right? You can take the blood or skin, that's it. So you're restricted to these two. And in some cases, muscle, if the patients have neuromuscular disorders, but that's extremely invasive. So we have seen how each of these tissues helps each disease, and we are working a lot with every time we get a new project to train what is the best tissue to probe for each disease. In some cases, it's even to take more genes, you can say blood and fibroblast, but again, we're limited by resources. There's no way that will happen right now with the current funding and technologies. But there's always
hope.
Not always, but in this case, so what we did in the lab, so my PI, he's a mathematician, so he likes to model absolutely everything he can. And there's this amazing resource of 50 tissues called GTEx that they collected post-mortem data from brain, different even cuts of the brain, stomach, liver, pancreas, muscle, skin sun-exposed, skin not sun-exposed, 50 tissues in total. And that data is publicly available. Well, not publicly, it's restricted. You have to apply, but you can apply and get it if you are doing good ethical research and you have a reason to. So we did a model where we detected the gene expression and the splicing patterns of each of these tissues. So then what we can do is, I have blood, and I know if this gene is expressed in a similar way in brain because I have this information from GTEx. So we created this model that we call AB splice for splicing and ABX for expression, and we are able to say whether what we see in blood we would have also seen in brain or liver. Unfortunately, we cannot do the other way around because if the gene is not expressed in blood, there's nothing to do. We can just say, but this variant could have had an effect in brain because it is expressed in brain, but we cannot confirm it. It still is great progress. It was Nature Genetics paper, the first one 2 years ago, and the other one we published a couple of months ago. And now we're integrating those two scores into our platform. It's not there yet, but it's one of the to-dos of year 2 of Verdera, so it has to happen very soon, that we integrate those two scores, and that can further aid the interpretation.
Amazing. I hope it will also bring another increment in the rare disease diagnostics. So we are approaching to the end. So for the end, let's have the toughest question. If you could change one thing to accelerate the diagnosis of undiagnosed rare disease patients, what would it be? Who wants to go first?
Let the lady go first if you're happy, Angelica.
Well, I was thinking about this, of your idea of this vision of having a global database, definitely. And like imagine that we could every clinic visit would generate automatically a structured phenotype and genotype database, and this data could flow seamlessly into a knowledge database that could then flag any possible candidate variants or connect patients across borders, because I think that would accelerate things dramatically. Sometimes a patient remains undiagnosed because there is no knowledge, but sometimes it's because the knowledge exists in someone else's database. So I might have a good candidate variant in a patient, but I only have one. But then in Madrid they have two, and in Ghana they have four. And this fragmented knowledge is a big reason of the delay. And I think, well, it has its challenges, of course, because it has to be federated. It has to a lot of legal frameworks, and then we would need to agree. Okay, what are we going to share? And because we cannot share everything, we need to share maybe our candidate variants, not whole genome data, because that's going to be very sensitive. And there are a lot of similar initiatives. It's not that this doesn't exist, but the amount of information there, and the interconnectedness of these databases is not optimal. So I would improve that.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay. So I let Angelica go first because I was a bit worried you were going to say the phenotypic data. And I wanted to say a little bit about this. So because Angelica is the expert in this, much more so than I. But I think having this, having a solution whereby we can get the phenotypic data directly out of records, some sort of unifying way. The problem is, of course, every country has its own system. Some do have similar systems, some have different systems, and if you're in the United States, there's a variety of systems competing, and they're not fully interoperable deliberately because they want to stay separate because they're private, right? So they're trying not to be fully interoperable. They want to lock you in. So I think really having a solution there, and one of the reasons I feel that's important is because we, to a reasonable degree, we find that the data we receive, phenotypic and genomic data, the samples that we receive for analysis, they are not what they're supposed to be, right? So you still get cases where not all family members are family members, and you don't know whether that's because they gave you the wrong DNA or just because usually the father isn't aware and it hasn't been shared by the mother. But often it's just a sample swap, right? And the same with the phenotypic data. It's either not complete or there's bits missing because, I mean, again, it's a time thing because particularly in research projects, clinicians who aren't actively involved in research projects all the time, but they're asked to submit their data, either they have to spend all their time putting it into another system, right? Which they don't have a lot of time for, or somebody else has to do it for them, who is not the expert. Therefore, you get transcription errors. Transcription in the sense that it says one thing here and now it says something different there. So I really think of this again coming back to the AI thing, and this is somewhere where the European health data space might help. Although I'm not 100% fond of all their ideas either, but I think that's if we could get the health records, and this wouldn't just work for rare diseases, this would work for all health records. If we could get them standardized, I see there could be a huge benefit for humanity going forwards. And it will also help us move into looking at other things that are even, that are trickier often in terms of complex diseases,
Thank you very much. Vicente, for you?
So when we were funding our company, one of the first questions that people will ask you is, how big is your market? I go, okay, so we are bounded by rare disease patients. So that will be the cap. And they were like, okay, actually it's not rare disease, rare genetic disease patients. And then it's also not that, it's rare genetic disease patients that even go to the doctor.
Exactly.
And we try to estimate the percentage, and even in Germany, with very good public health that people can have a hospital, or do have a hospital nearby, it's estimated that 40% of the patients don't even go to get examined for the first time.
Care.
Yeah, if they have a rare disease, they just would not go. I doubt it's, I don't know what to think about that now, 40%. But it made me thinking that for sure it's not 0%. So for sure there's families that don't even go on the first time to visit. And I put Germany as an example, but I'm from Ecuador. For sure there is way worse than in Germany, that people just don't even go. And if they don't go, and if they go to the local hospital, there's no way the doctor will have heard of rare genetic diseases. So that's an initial step, trying to at least raise awareness so that everybody knows that, look, if you have that condition, it's rare, but go to the doctor and there might be answers. So trying to reducing this gap to 0%. But maybe Angelica can comment on this. She works directly at to hospital, and you have other insights.
Yes, no, definitely access. I mean, if we are going to put this down to where access is the first step, is the first thing that we need to solve. There is, if we have been talking about all the things we don't diagnose, but we diagnose a lot. We diagnose about half of the patients. So every patient with a rare disease should have the access to have a genetic testing, and it should be included in all national health plans, insurance definitely, and the prices need to go down.
Yes, thank you all for your comments. I think we do have time for at least one question from the audience. If somebody wants to ask a question.
Okay, can you hear me? Thank you for the great presentations. I think every occasion where we can hear something new is enriching our experience in communicating with the patients. But are there risks when we are talking about artificial intelligence and strict rules of the GDPR for the patient's personal data? Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
So I would start first by an example, a recent example. So one thing you have to be aware, at least about these public models, and I don't know if everybody is, and I don't know how much press you get here about artificial intelligence. I don't know whether people in Serbia are pro or anti or interested or not. One thing that's very important to know is that if you're using any of the public models, if you upload data, that data goes somewhere and they keep it. And they all have that. I mean, they're giving you a free service. So I always think there's no such thing as a free service, right? So if they're helping you with the AI, that's because they're using your data, right? So they're recording what you have. And this applies to, this can apply to companies that will give you a free service with genomic data as well. So you have to be very, very careful as a controller, as we are under the GDPR. You literally cannot upload that data, right? You should not upload that data. And I met some people who weren't aware of this recently, you know? So but of course, as I say, the point is if you can have an artificial intelligence, if you have it in-house, right? So you can have the same models in-house. Some are public. The Chinese one is public, for example, DeepSeek. Some of the earlier models, the older ones are public. Some of the other ones, I guess you can probably install them if you pay a license of some sort. So if you have it in-house, then I think then you won't have a problem of that sort. But of course, you need very large data sets, right? So an in-house data set of 1,000 probably isn't going to help you, right? So we still need to try to solve this maybe at the level of the continent. You know, once you've got 100,000 data sets, then you'll be able to find things for sure. You know.
We also had one question here.
Dobar dan. Dobar dan, hvala što ste organizovali ovu konferenciju, meni to znači. Ja sam pacijent sa retkom bolešću i moja bolest je, da kažem, postoji u toj bazi Orphans, ali nažalost, da kažem, do moje 30 i neke godine, da kažem, doktori u klinici nisu znali da to je retka bolest, pa nisam znala ni ja. Posle sam otkrila svojim istraživanjem, kao što je gospođa Anđelika rekla, treba otići i dalje u neke druge zemlje, tražiti više mišljenja i tako na neki način ja danas imam vid u pitanju vitis, a gospodin pored mene koji nije imao ranu dijagnozu, nije znao te informacije, izgubio je vid zbog tvoje retke bolesti. Tako da mi, da kažem, ovdje imamo situaciju da Ministarstvo za retke bolesti je pokrenulo program za upisivanje u bazu, ali mislim da ljudi nisu možda ohrabljeni. Također, ta informacija o toj našoj retkoj bolesti ne postoji pravo udruženje da nas zastupa, sem NORBS-a. I mnogi doktori koji su meni samo inicijativno pomogli da dan danas imam vid, da postanem majka, da radim, da se borim, ali interesuje me da li postoje neki programi, jer mi smo krenuli, imamo, da kažem, naše udruženje za slabovide i slepe i htjeli smo da uradimo neki projekat, program Erasmus, za razmenu iskustva roditelji i djece preko i da kažemo, jedna razmena medicinske informacije, pogotovo kad je u pitanju ta genetske terapije, pošto, na primjer, kod mene je dokazano da nije, kod gospodina još možda nekih možda jeste, ali to nikad nije utvrđeno, nikad nisu rađene takve vrste genetskih testova, makar kod nas, mislim, pre. Tako da, moje pitanje je da li postoji mogućnost u drugim zemljama da deca, roditelji, evo ja sad već odrasla osoba, imamo mogućnost za razmenu informacija, da bi bili u toku i za operacije, intervencije, da ne bude samo inicijativno mi, kad sedemo za laptop ili ako nađemo slučajno jednog doktora da nam pomogne sa informacijama. Eto, samo to je pitanje. Hvala.
Hvala na pitanju, Anđelika. I think you could take this question. You had translation, right?
Yes, the voice of the translator was very low, but if I understood correctly, so you have a diagnosis and your the question is like after you get a diagnosis for a rare disease, where
exactly,
do you
like support and what are options for treatment and what is there to help patients to support them in the process? So I could say that there are data in Orphanet database. There are some clinical trials that are existing and the data are collected in the databases. So basically, there is no, I think, easy way. You have to search for, you have to communicate, you have to talk with doctors, to patient organizations, and to search the sources that are available online.
So something we have in Sweden, it's a center. We have at every university hospital, we have a center for rare diseases. And there is people that is helping patients like right after. This is a very important question. And then what they try to do is like that, to help them to find information, experts locally at the international level, perhaps clinical trials, other patients. They have several times a year also meetings with patients that have received a rare diagnosis, and they talk a lot about like how can I navigate my healthcare system, my social system. Like we have this unemployment agencies, the social security agencies, and there is a lot of support that you can get, but patients don't know how to access it. Like how things as simple as my kid has a mobility impairment, how do I do to get a handicap card sticker, you know? So patients need to be supported after diagnosis a lot, and that's how we have been trying to do it. And these centers, with these centers for rare diseases.
Yes, that is excellent way that you have that organized. So thank you very much for this engagement discussion. I think we can conclude that access is important, standardization of data is important, collaboration between all expertise and patients, of course, sharing everything learning together in the events such as hackathons and solvathons are things that will move forward diagnosis to make diagnosis of patients that are still undiagnosed, and what is still, we need to keep on working and keep on going together. So thank you very much for the attention. Still one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Any of you can answer at least partially. So first of all, I'm amazed of the work you do for all patients, all of you four on the stage. So how far away we are from the clinical practice? All those technologies and all tools that you are working on, exploring on, how far are from routine use, especially in low and middle income countries? So this is one question. I know all the challenges, you mentioned many of them. The second question is, how do we approach or teach our doctors in big hospitals, in many of, I'm again emphasizing low and middle income countries, because US, Canada, and EU, I mean, you're working from there, and like specialists have a kind of culture to reach all different experts. But in other countries in the world, it is not the case, like the patient mentioned before. So how do we teach our doctors to look for all those technologies that are available? Okay, we have Maya and the Institute for Serbia, and I'm confident that they are currently doing a great job for patients. But it's not always the case. So it's not only that the patient doesn't go to the hospital, but when it comes to the hospital, they remain, I'm not speaking just only about undiagnosed patients, but speaking also about patients who have confirmed mutations. Maya will know why I'm saying this. We have, for instance, 2 patients with the same disease with the recessive inherited, yeah. So recessive form with both same mutations, but with different features expressing the disease. So we are now trying to force our doctors to look at the phenotypes, to explain why 2 same persons in the same country have different symptoms expressing like most likely present like a kind of inflammatory disease that is somehow interconnected with the DNA variants they found it. So how far we are from the routine practice, and how we force doctors, or how do any of you approaches to the doctors to know more about it, to seek for the patients, knowing that in most countries we have 2 or even only 3 clinical genetics in our hospitals for entire countries. Thank you.
Well, just to say, don't be too pro-EU and don't be too hard on Serbia, because in Spain we currently only have 2 as well, and they were both trained outside Spain because the specialty didn't exist till recently. Now they're training people, so it's not always better on the other side. I think, I mean, in real terms, we're probably, any country that's not actively doing it at the moment at the country level is going to be 10 years away, I think, So the only country in the European region that has done it very well so far, I feel is well, no, not the only country, but the country that's done it best would be England, So England and Wales with Genomics England, not Scotland where I'm from. They weren't part of it, right? And Estonia, I think, is doing very well, and there's probably a couple other places that are smaller that I'm not aware of. So, I mean, I mean, it requires a whole health system to want, so it requires your health minister to see the value in it, and obviously there's lots of challenges there. And then in terms, I guess everybody's always interested in treatments, of course, right? And I think I think this is where AI will help. I think it will. Again, I'm a bit positive on this, and not everybody is, so I might be wrong. I am hoping it will reduce the number of drugs that they initially look at by an order of magnitude. And in theory, because they always say it's that stuff that makes the cost so high. If they can reduce the search space by an order of magnitude, the drugs should come down by an order of magnitude as well, right? The development. So the development should be faster and cheaper. So I'm hoping there will be improvements there. But there's some genetic diseases where it's just going to be very, very challenging to find a solution, unless we start, anything that's embryonic or very, very early, unless we start to allow people to modify embryos, which I'm not sure is where we want to go as a society. So.
To add here, super fast. So one great thing about genetic data is how standard it is. So now I'll probably start working with hospitals in Ecuador or in Chile. And the file that comes out of the machine is exactly the same as if it was produced in Spain, Germany, or Serbia. So the analysis in that sense is super easy. It can be uploaded from all the way from Chile to Germany, where I am. I process it, and I give back the results. So at least that is awesome. So one of the things that we need is at least each country to have at least one place to sequence or to be able to gather the material to export it to sequence, and at least one clinical interpreter per country or region. But the analysis is great. That analysis can be performed in other centers, because also even building the bioinformatics capacity also in each hospital is impossible. But this data being standard allows analysis to be performed anywhere in the world with the same input.
Thank you very much for... I think we can talk all the day.
I just would like to add shortly that, well, in Sweden, this is part of routine clinical diagnostics, and it may sound wonderful, but this is the product of years of work of patients and clinicians, lobbying politicians, and showing that rare diseases individually might affect only 1 in 2,500 people, but together they affect 0.5% of the population, and this is a significant public health issue. A lot of health systems want to go to precision medicine. There is no precision medicines without precision diagnostics. So it requires a lot of advocacy of both patients and clinicians, but it is possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all the comments and all the views from different countries, different perspectives. Yeah, I'm sure we could talk the whole day, but we have to end this session, and let's at least wrap up with we will get together again, and we will continue collaborating and making an effort to tackle all undiagnosed diseases. Thank you very much.
Hi, Angelica.
Dobar dan svima. Dobrodošli na sesiju koja se bavi temom koja zauzima sve značajnije mesto u dijagnostici, praćenju i lečenju retkih bolesti, a to je genetika u kliničkoj praksi. Razvoj genetskih tehnologija i sve šira dostupnost testiranja doneli su izuzetne mogućnosti za pravovremenu dijagnozu, bolju kliničku sliku bolesti, informisane odluke pacijenata i personalizovano vođenje terapije. Ipak, istovremeno su se otvorila brojna pitanja. Kako pravilno tumačiti rezultate genetskih testova? Koliko sistem može da isprati rastuće potrebe za genetskim savjetovanjem i dijagnostikom? Koje su prepreke trenutno u primjeni? Kadrovske, finansijske ili regulatorne? I gde se u svemu tome zapravo nalazi pacijent? I da li ima pravo na informisanu odluku? Danas će nam dileme na ova pitanja rasvetliti upravo 4 izuzetne govornice koje su sa nama danas, koje dolaze iz različitih segmenata kliničke genetike i nauke. Sa nama su profesor dr. Ivana Novaković, profesorka humane genetike sa Instituta za humanu genetiku Medicinskog fakulteta Univerziteta u Beogradu. Profesorka, dobar dan, dobrodošli.
Dobar dan, hvala.
Doktorka Brankica Bosankić, klinička genetičarka sa Univerzitetske klinike, Dečje klinike u Tiršovoj. Dobar dan i vama.
Dobar dan.
Doktorka Ivana Joksić, naučna savjetnica u GAK-u Narodni front. Dobar dan. I doktorka Bojana Petrović, naučna saradnica sa Klinike za ginekologiju i akušerstvo Univerzitetskog kliničkog centra Srbije. Bojana, dobar dan i vama. Možemo onda da krenemo da nam upravo, kao što sam rekla na početku, čujemo sve ove dileme koje imamo, a one će nam upravo odgovoriti na sva naša pitanja. Profesorka, možda da krenemo od vas. Ajde da objasnimo kakva je zapravo uloga genetike u ovoj savremenoj medicini, što smo napomenuli na početku, a naročito u oblasti retkih bolesti.
Hvala vam. Najpre želim da se zahvalim organizatorima što su nas pozvali i što su organizovali ovu sesiju sa zaista vrlo bitnim temama. Vezano za ulogu genetike u savremenoj medicini, ona je zaista značajna, s obzirom na to da se danas smatra da praktično sve bolesti savremenog čoveka imaju veći ili manji udeo genetike u svom nastanku. To se odnosi pre svega na ove nasledne bolesti, odnosno monogenske bolesti, kako ih mi preciznije zovemo, a kada se nadovezujemo na pojam retkih bolesti, zapravo te nasledne monogenske bolesti i jesu najveći deo retkih bolesti. Poznato je da od retkih bolesti oko 70-80% zapravo ima direktnu genetičku osnovu, odnosno uzrokovano je nekom promenom u nasadnom materijalu, u genetičkom materijalu. Samim tim jasno je da upravo u oblasti retkih bolesti genetika, medicinska genetika, klinička genetika i laboratorijska dijagnostika imaju ogroman udeo, da su neraskidivi deo savremenog i dijagnostike i praćenja i lečenja osoba sa retkim bolestima.
Koliko je profesorka genetika danas deo svakodnevne kliničke prakse i u kojoj meri? Šta vi primećujete?
Jeste deo svakodnevne kliničke prakse, to je činjenica. Upravo, kao što smo i rekli, mnoge bolesti su povezane sa genetikom, ne samo ove direktno nasledne, retke bolesti, već i druga neka stanja, tako da se potreba i za genetičkim testiranjem i za davanjem genetičkog saveta proširuje na mnoge oblasti medicine. A ako se opet sad nadovežemo na problematiku retkih bolesti, poznato je da kod nas postoje definisani centri za retke bolesti i u okviru ovih centara sigurno je da je genetika deo svakodnevnog kliničkog rada lekara koji se bave tim pacijentima s retkim bolestima.
Hvala vam. Brankice, kako, ajde možda prvo da krenemo od testova. Koje vrste testova su zapravo danas dostupne u Srbiji, a koje su nam i dalje negde van domašaja?
Hvala na pitanju. Evo ja najpre samo da kažem da je zaista čast biti ovde zajedno sa svima vama. Što se testova tiče, tu sad možemo napraviti razliku zapravo koji testovi su dostupni u Srbiji na uput, finansirani od strane RFZO i oni koje se rade u inostranstvu, ali opet uz finansiranje RFZO. Tako da od nekih testova koje imamo ovde dostupnih u zemlji, najšire primenjivanih, to su molekularni kariotip, hromozomski microarray, kako ga još mi klinički genetičari zovemo, koji analizira, da kažem, hromozome, i drugi, jedan veći, da kažem, širi test je to egzomsko sekvenciranje. Naravno, ne treba zaboraviti sve one druge pojedinačne testove koji su specifični i za koje mi klinički genetičari se odlučimo u zavisnosti od problema i koje takođe različite ustanove koje je profesorka pomenula, koji se bave retkim bolestima, imaju dostupne u svojim laboratorijama. Nekada nam to nije dovoljno i ne pronađemo odgovor primenjujući sve te testove kada se odlučujemo za nastavak ispitivanja u inostranstvu.
Da. Ali kako, Brankica, izgleda taj neki proces donošenja odluke? Koji testovi bi trebalo da se rade? Ko utiče na to? Da li pacijent traži, da li lekar sugeriše ili to sistem nekako traži?
Pa najidealnije je da tu odluku donosi klinički genetičar, dakle pre svega lekar, specijalista, a odluka se donosi u odnosu na to koji su problemi zdravstveni koje imamo kod određenog pacijenta, da li je dete, da li je odrasli pacijent, i imajući u vidu šta je to što smo sve saznali, skup svih problema, onda se mi u odnosu na to orijentišemo na kom nivou, da li na nivou gena ili na nivou hromozoma očekujemo problem. I kažem, za neke bolesti već klinički možemo da posumnjamo da će nam trebati neki od tih specifičnih testova. Tako da najbolje je kad odluku donosi klinički genetičar. Imamo situaciju u praksi da to nekad budu i pacijenti preko različitih ekspozitura, inostranih laboratorija koji su dostupni u našoj zemlji, i to znamo i svuda po svetu, ali opet kažem, ono što bi najidealnije bilo jeste da tu odluku donosi klinički genetičar.
Ivana, možda da se nadovežemo na to ko su zapravo stručnjaci u našoj zemlji koji tumače rezultate tih testova i uopšte, da li imamo i dovoljno stručnjaka za to?
Pa, genetičke testove bi trebalo da tumače osobe koje imaju edukaciju iz genetike, bilo da su u pitanju klinički genetičari, lekari, što je najidealnije, ili da su u pitanju biolozi koji se usko bave tim određenim, da kažem, poljem medicine. Sada što se tiče toga da li imamo dovoljno stručnjaka ili ne, s obzirom na to da zaista u poslednjih, pa da kažem, 10 godina imamo dramatičan porast potrebe da radimo tu dijagnostiku i sve više pacijenata tu dijagnostiku zahteva, mislim da u ovom trenutku nam i fali kadar koji će adekvatno sve to protumačiti. Naravno, kada su adultni pacijenti u pitanju i specijalisti kao što su kardiolozi i neurolozi jako dobro barataju ovom tematikom, tako da i oni mogu, znači, adekvatno interpretirati rezultate tih genetičkih testova za svoje pacijente.
Kada kažemo i kada pomenemo zapravo genetsko savjetovalište, ajde možda i da kažemo kakva je uloga tog savjetovališta i kako se zapravo to sprovodi u praksi.
Genetičko savjetovanje je apsolutno esencijalni deo svakog genetičkog testiranja i mora se sprovoditi i pre nego što započnete testiranje, a naravno i kada neke rezultate dobijete. Sada u zavisnosti od toga koja je, da kažem, populacija pacijenata u pitanju, ta genetička savjetovališta su ili multidisciplinarnog tipa, kao što su recimo u prenatalnoj dijagnostici, ili se pak sastoje samo od stručnjaka neke, da kažem, druge oblasti ukoliko je u pitanju postnatalna medicina. Tako da znači, bez adekvatnog genetičkog informisanja pacijenta pre nego što mu uradite test i kada dobije rezultate, taj proces nije adekvatan i nije kompletan.
Hvala vam, Ivana. Bojana, ajde možda i da kažemo koje su genetske bolesti za koje se u Srbiji najčešće koristi takozvano preimplantaciono testiranje. Šta to zapravo znači?
Preimplantaciono testiranje znači zapravo da kod onih parova kod kojih se proceni da izvinjam se, ali malo mi je odjekuje, da nose genetičko opterećenje, zapravo da su nosioci patoloških varijanti, oni sami koje kod njih ne moraju da izazovu bolest, kao što je slučaj sa recesivnim monogenskim oboljenjima ili su pak nosioci dominantnih promena i sami oboleli, imaju pravo da se odluče za postupak vantelesne oplodnje, sledstvenu biopsiju embriona i testiranje embriona da bismo zapravo otkrili koji embrion nije nosilac mutacije i koji je uslovno rečeno zdrav i koji neće imati mogućnost da nasledi oboljenje i da se takav embrion zapravo vrati i sa njim pokuša implantacija. Kod nas u zemlji je od pre 3 godine dostupno preimplantaciono genetičko testiranje koje se finansira iz Fonda za zdravstvenu zaštitu i svi parovi koji bi želeli da se opredele za ovakav način prevencije naslednih monogenskih oboljenja imaju pravo da se obrate komisiji koja se nalazi na klinici za ginekologiju i akušerstvo kliničkog centra i da dobiju mišljenje o potrebi za preimplantacionim genetičkim testiranjem. Mi smo za ove 3 godine na to testiranje uputili 24 para. Neke smo uputili i 2 puta, jer nažalost prvi put nam nije uspelo, odnosno nismo dobili zadovoljavajuće embrione. I mogu vam reći da približno polovina zapravo tih parova je upućena zbog opterećenja u smislu da je jedan roditelj budući ili pak su oba roditelja buduća nosioci neke od mutacija, s tim da su oni otkrili svoj status ili tako što su odradili screening nosilaca na monogenska oboljenja ili su nažalost prethodno imali dete koje je imalo bolest. Druga polovina otprilike je upućena iz razloga što je jedan od roditelja nosilac balansirane translokacije, znači ne genske mutacije, nego promene u, da kažemo, rasporedu hromozoma, hromozomskog materijala, koje njima ne pravi nikakav zdravstveni problem, ali kada se takva jedna promena pojavi u potomstvu, onda dolazimo do toga da kod ploda imamo nebalansiranu količinu naslednog materijala i samim tim da li je to višak ili manjak materijala, zavisno od toga kakva je ta translokacija u pitanju, imaćemo naravno i simptomatologiju sledstvenu tome.
Na kakve prepreke nailaze parovi i šta vi primećujete još u praksi? I rekli ste evo kakva je trenutno situacija, ali da li finansijski i proceduralno to testiranje treba i koliko je zapravo danas dostupno?
Kažem, za parove koji se kod nas jave na našu komisiju, oni apsolutno, ukoliko postoji indikacija, dobiju preporuku da se takvo testiranje finansira od strane Fonda za zdravstvenu zaštitu. Svakako da dobiju detaljno objašnjenje šta zapravo podrazumeva preimplantaciono dijagnostičko testiranje, koliko je ono uslovno rečeno pouzdano i kakve su preporuke za neka sledstvena testiranja ukoliko se trudnoća ostvari. Dostupno je. Ono što jeste najveći problem jeste neobaveštenost stručne javnosti o tome da je takvo testiranje i moguće i dostupno onda kada zaista jeste indikovano. Potrebno je da se malo, uslovno rečeno, izreklamiramo.
A Bojana, ako se neki par odbije, što on može da uradi? Koje ima?
Par ima pravo da se odluči, ako ne želi preimplantaciono testiranje, posebno ako su to parovi koji lako ostvaruju trudnoću i nisu prethodno uključeni u postupak vantelesne oplodnje, oni imaju pravo da ostvare trudnoću prirodnim putem i u tom slučaju se preporučuje da se radi prenatalna dijagnostika koju je takođe moguće obaviti o trošku Fonda za zdravstvenu zaštitu u našoj zemlji. Uglavnom, osim u retkim slučajevima kada sarađujemo sa kolegama iz Tiršove, i kada možemo da uputimo pacijentu u inostranstvo na prenatalno testiranje. Mi moramo da budemo svesni još jedne važne činjenice. Mi ne obavljamo genetičko savjetovanje u smislu toga da mi pacijentu kažemo šta je ono što on treba da radi. Mi pacijenta moramo da informišemo, da mu pružimo sve validne informacije koje imamo i koje smo dužni da imamo, to je naša obaveza, kako bi on kada izađe iz ordinacije u svojoj glavi mogao da posloži tačno koji test, uslovno rečeno, kakvu informaciju taj test za njega donosi i da donese odluku koja je za njega najbolja. Sa kojom će on sutra moći da živi kako god da odluči. Znači, mi nismo savjetnici, mi informišemo.
Da. Profesorka, pitanje za vas. Koliko mislite, evo, rekla je Bojana kako izgleda taj proces informisanja, ali koliko su pacijenti i njihove porodice zapravo informisani uopšte o genetskom testiranju?
Generalno mislite da bilo kojim oblicima, da. Pa sigurno da je ta informisanost mnogo, mnogo veća u današnjem trenutku nego što je bila samo do nedavno. Tome doprinosi i rasprostranjenost interneta i mogućnost razmene informacija i postojanje udruženja pacijenata koji između sebe također razmenjuju iskustva i naravno postojanje lekara koji na adekvatan način mogu da razgovaraju o toj problematici vezanoj za genetičko testiranje i ispitivanja te vrste. Da li je ta informisanost dovoljna, to je zaista pitanje, kao što je rekla i doktorka Petrović, uvek ima prostora da se razgovara sa pacijentima, da se radi na tome, da se informacije o mogućnostima genetičkih testiranja učine dostupnim. Naprimer, evo samo da damo jednu ilustraciju vezanu za neke relativno nove mogućnosti vezane za ovu neinvazivnu prenatalnu dijagnostiku. Zahvaljujući tome što su postojali odgovarajući i pisani materijali, lifleti i propagiranje tih testova i od strane lekara i od strane određenih zdravstvenih ustanova, veoma brzo se pročulo, da tako kažemo, za takvu mogućnost testova, iako su oni bili potpuno novi, potpuno nov koncept koji se pojavio pre nekoliko godina. To je samo primer da, znači, sa adekvatnim delovanjem možemo da učinimo dostupnim i poznatim mogućnost određenih genetičkih testova. Ovo sam samo uzela kao jednu ilustraciju, a svakako danas nam je na raspolaganju ogroman broj genetičkih testova, što smo već i čuli od koleginica, i sigurno da ima puno prostora i u medijima, i u stručnim telima, i kroz udruženja pacijenata i na različite druge načine, pa između ostalog i na ovakvim skupovima, da se priča o mogućnostima genetičkih testova i da se odgovori na pitanja koja ljudi imaju vezano za njih.
Ali generalno kada gledate, gde vi vidite da su neke najveće praznine? Da li infrastruktura, da li je to finansiranje, da li je to obuka kadrova?
To ste veoma lepo, da kažem, postavili stavke. Što se tiče infrastrukture, eto da idemo jedno po jedno, što se tiče infrastrukture, mislim da možda začuđujuće na neki način za nekoga ko se ne bavi našom oblašću, infrastruktura nije najveći problem, jer mi zaista imamo veoma dobro razvijene genetičke laboratorije, odnosno bolje reći utemeljene genetičke laboratorije već dugi niz decenija. Eto, samo malo da se vratim unazad s obzirom na to da sam ovde, da kažemo, najiskusnija što se tiče i godina života i godina bavljenja genetikom. Još od 60. godina genetičke laboratorije u našoj sredini postoje. One su tada bile, naravno, po mogućnostima srazmerne tadašnjoj tehnologiji. I vremenom su se one razvijale prateći napredak ove oblasti koji se dešavaju u svetu, pa čak i u onim najtežim periodima 90. godina u vreme sankcija. Kod nas se radilo na tome da se pre svega molekularna genetika, a onda i druge oblasti genetike vezane za dijagnostiku, za sprovođenje genetičkih testova, da se to drži u korak sa svetom. Otvarale su se molekularno-genetičke laboratorije, a potom, evo da se približimo ovom sadašnjem trenutku, danas znači imamo, možemo reći, i veliki broj laboratorija koji raspolažu sa adekvatnim uređajima i mogućnostima da se sprovode najrazličitiji genetički testovi. To je što se tiče infrastrukture. Zatim, druga stavka vam je bila...
Treća stavka nam je bila, bili su kadrovi,
infrastruktura
ili, da kažemo, finansiranje.
Finansiranje, da. Što se tiče finansiranja, to smo isto čuli od koleginica, zaista poslednjih godina imamo ogromno razumevanje Republičkog fonda zdravstvenog osiguranja, RFZO. Bilo je tu raznih perioda u prošlosti, ali evo da govorimo o sadašnjem trenutku, bukvalno koji god osmišljeni neki korak vezan za unapređenje genetičkih testova mi kao genetičari predložimo, Republički fond zdravstvenog osiguranja prihvata te predloge, tako da danas za veliki broj tih ispitivanja imamo mogućnost da se one rade o trošku zdravstvenog osiguranja i kao što je koleginica i rekla, ono što ne može kod nas, moguće je da se uputi u inostranstvo. Što se tiče kadrova, doktorka Joksić je to kazala, ja bih samo iznala taj podatak koji, pripremajući se za ovaj sastanak, sam se malo podsjetila. Kaže se da po preporukama Evropskog udruženja humane genetike potreba je 3 klinička genetičara na 1.000.000 stanovnika. To je samo preporuka, znači nije nikakav sad, da kažemo, zakon ili nešto da se mora, nego kao preporuka. Ono što bi kod nas, kako bi kod nas prokomentarisala tu situaciju, jeste da na papiru broj osoba koje su kvalifikovane da se bave medicinskom i kliničkom genetikom je adekvatan možda, ali je činjenica da jedan broj njih se zapravo u praksi u dovoljnoj meri ne iskorišćava, nije u dovoljnoj meri angažovan baš na tim poslovima za koje i imaju odgovarajuću kvalifikaciju. Tako da taj problem osoblja činjenica je da postoji, eto, rekla bi možda najviše po mom mišljenju u ovom svetlu kako sam kazala. Kao što su koleginice i rekle, naš rad je zapravo timski rad uvek i blisko povezana saradnja lekara i biologa i molekularnih biologa. Tako je bilo i kada sam ja počela da radim, pa i pre toga, a tako je i danas. I jednostavno je tako i u celom svetu, ne samo kod nas. Tako da, znači, potrebno je sa jedne strane edukovati i obučavati lekare da se bave ovom oblašću, a takođe i molekularne biologe i biologe kao naše saradnike bez kojih ova oblast zapravo, kao što kažemo, nigde u svetu i ne postoji. I sad evo da pokušam da zaokružim i da dam neki onako zaključni odgovor na vaše pitanje. Ono što možda najviše nam nedostaje jeste neka sinhronizacija rada i neka procena ili bolje reći donošenje strategije u toj našoj užoj oblasti u kojim ustanovama, koje vrste testova bi trebale da se rade kao prioritetne, koje tehnike bi trebalo da budu, na primer, šire dostupne u većem broju laboratorija, a koje su to metode za koje treba da postoji određena jedna ili više laboratorija dogovorno koje bi bile referentne, jer između ostalog, eto i to da pomenemo, kvalitet rada laboratorije se, ili bolje reći pouzdanost rezultata koju laboratorija izdaje, da tako kažemo, se i procenjuje na osnovu toga koliko često određenu vrstu testa ona može da radi. Prema tome, za neka veoma retka stanja potrebno je da se identifikuju laboratorije koje su referentne i koje bi se bavile tom oblašću i unapređivale i sprovodile testiranja u datoj problematici. Eto, nadam se da sam bila jasna. Eto, možda samo da zaključim, da smatram da po svim ovim stavkama stojimo više ili manje dobro, ali da ima puno mesta za unapređenje u smislu dogovora, sinhronizacije i pravljenja strategije daljeg razvoja ove naše mreže genetičkog testiranja.
A profesorka, ima li interesovanja mladih ljudi da se upravo usmeravaju u ovom pravcu?
Interesovanja ima, evo kao što i vidimo da su koleginice tu i naravno one imaju i svoje saradnike, još mlađe. Istina je da među lekarima je možda to interesovanje nešto malo manje nego što bismo mi očekivali. Eto, nas sve 4 smo lekari sa završenim medicinskim fakultetom. Možda bismo očekivali da će biti ta oblast popularnija među mladim lekarima. Ima interesa, ali moglo bi da bude i više i tu i jeste neki naš prostor za rad da im učinimo interesantnom, da im u stvari ukažemo koliko je zanimljiva, interesantna i značajna ta oblast. A što se tiče biologa, taj interes stalno postoji, zaista kontinuirano i eto i da iskoristimo priliku da kažemo da stvarno kod nas, pored toga što mi kao lekari se time bavimo, zaista postoji ta škola molekularne biologije koja je veoma jaka, koja već više decenija postoji, mislim i taj poseban fakultet i kadar koji izlazi, koji je izuzetno kvalitetan i među njima uvek ima puno interesa za bavljanje upravo medicinskom genetikom.
Da, hvala vam. Brankice, da se nadovežemo. Koji je način, kako je zapravo vaše mišljenje, neki vaš stav, kako sistem može da se ojača i koji su zapravo neki realni koraci u tom pravcu koje treba zagovarati?
Pa evo da se složim sa svim ovim što je rekla profesorka, a možda ono što je još bitno imati na umu i što nije samo naš problem, to je, kažem, generalni problem. Ja dolazim iz pedijatrijske ustanove i uvek postoji ono pitanje, a šta posle? Znači, taj period, ta tranzicija od pedijatrijskim ka adultnim ustanovama je nešto što je problem svuda u svetu, pa i kod nas. Da je negde mali broj lekara adultnih, tako da kažem, se bavi ovim retkim bolestima, a i negde to prepoznavanje, ovo što je baš profesorka rekla, da se negde zna ko je referentna laboratorija za koju analizu, tako koja je i referentna ustanova, lekari koji se bave nekom grupom retkih bolesti. I to je ono na šta bi trebalo da se obrati pažnja i da, kažem, negde sistemski poveže. Kako je, ne znam da li ste ispratili panel prošli, ali koleginica iz Karolinske je baš pričala da oni imaju u svakoj ustanovi centar koji ne podrazumeva samo to upućivanje lekarima, nego i onu neku širu podršku, socijalnu podršku, gde znaju kome da se obrate, za koja prava imaju, da li su to neka pomagala, da li su neka vrsta nadoknada. Znači, to je nešto što bi možda, na čemu bi još mogli da radimo kao, eto, sistem.
A šta primećujete iz prakse? Koliko su roditelji informisani uopšte da postoje neka genetska testiranja?
Pa mislim da je to sve više rasprostranjeno. Kao što je rekla profesorka, mislim da roditelji negde već imaju svest da to postoji, da to može da se uradi u zemlji i mislim da taj deo informacije načelno nije toliko problem. Ono što jeste važno jeste taj deo genetičkog informisanja kad se već uđe u tu celu proceduru i ceo taj, da kažem, očekivanja koja oni imaju od tog genetičkog testiranja treba da budu realna, a to je ono o čemu diskutujemo sa njima. Šta uopšte genetički testovi danas mogu i šta rezultati mogu da znače za te porodice i tu decu.
Da, evo i da se nadovežem upravo sad na ovo vaše očekivanja, jedna veoma krupna reč. Ivana, da li pacijentima, šta primećujete vi, treba neka dodatna podrška u donošenju odluka na osnovu rezultata genetskog testiranja?
Pa pacijentima uvek treba podrška u donošenju odluka. kada je prenatalna dijagnostika u pitanju, kad god se dobije neki, da kažem, negativan ili loš rezultat, to bude šok za porodicu. Inicijalne informacije svakako dobiju od nas na genetičkom savjetovanju, ali nije lako doneti odluku nakon samo jednog razgovora. Ono što mislim da je jako važno jeste ostvarivanje kontakata tih pacijenata koji u tom trenutku imaju problem sa drugim udruženjima pacijenata koji imaju slične probleme, jer nekako iz našeg iskustva jedno kada im vi kažete medicinske činjenice, a drugo je kada mogu da stupe u kontakt sa ljudima koji s tom problematikom žive. Tako da za neke bolesti imamo udruženja, za neke bolesti nemamo udruženja i mislim da je to ono na čemu treba raditi, prosto omogućiti tim ljudima kontakt ne samo znači sa porodicama, sa psiholozima, sa socijalnim radnicima, jer je to zaista nešto što je kompleksno, a na kraju krajeva uvek treba da bude lična odluka pacijenta.
Da. A Ivana, očekujete li neke inovacije? Šta bi to moglo da doprinese zapravo u narednom periodu? Jednostavno da se promeni i rad vaš i vaša praksa.
Pa znate kako, inovacije svakako očekujemo i ovaj prethodni neki period je doneo mnogo inovacija u našu svakodnevnu praksu. Kada je prenatalna dijagnostika u pitanju, nama je zaista promenilo funkcionisanje na dnevnom nivou uvođenja ovih savremenih genomskih tehnologija gde vi u jednoj reakciji možete da analizirate jako puno stvari jer je prenatalno klinička slika uglavnom nespecifična i ne možete da odredite tačno koji ćete test koristiti, a u nekoj daljoj budućnosti očekujem i uvođenje ovih novih tehnologija kao što su long-read genome sequencing sa boljom nekom fenotipizacijom, što je ono što nama svima nedostaje i što je veliki problem.
Bojana, šta vi primećujete? Da li lekari drugih specijalnosti znaju dovoljno o genskom testiranju ili ne znaju dovoljno? I koliko je bitno da ih oni možda i više upućuju kod vas na dalje savjetovanje?
Nažalost, ja moram da primetim da u našoj zemlji to nije slučaj. Ja imam najviše kontakata zapravo sa ginekolozima, jer mi radimo na ginekološkim klinikama. Bojim se da lekari drugih specijalnosti nisu čak toliko ni zainteresovani. Šta je razlog, neću da ulazim u to, verovatno su raznoliki razlozi, ali mislim da nam zaista lekari nisu dovoljno informisani ni o tome kolika je dostupnost uopšte genetičkih savjetovališta, a posebno genetičkih testova, osim onih genetičkih testova sa kojima oni direktno imaju da kažemo, kontakt u svakodnevnom radu, a misli se pre svega na neke screening testove na najčešće genetičke poremećaje.
Da. Kad dobijete tu informaciju iz nekog genetskog testiranja, kako se to dalje kod vas integriše u tog dalje praćenje pacijenata? Evo, možda samo to malo da pojasnimo.
Ivana je napomenula da je ono što je najveći problem u prenatalnoj dijagnostici ta oskudna fenotipska slika fetusa. Znate, fetus ne mora da razvije čak ni jedan klinički znak, a da tek nakon rođenja imamo dete koje zapravo ima genetičko oboljenje. I mi kada otkrijemo, naravno, da dete nosi neku patološku varijantu i da znamo da će sutra imati genetičko oboljenje, mi ne možemo nikada da procenimo kog obima će biti simptomatologija, ali svakako da moramo detaljno da informišemo roditelje od toga da može i simptomatologija biti oskudna, pa do toga da u nekim slučajima čak možemo da očekujemo i egzitus nakon rođenja. Mi tu decu, kada roditelji odluče da trudnoću zadrže, mi tu decu pratimo, naravno, do rođenja. Nakon rođenja budu pregledani, zavisno naravno od hitnosti, često budu prebačeni u dečju kliniku u Tiršovoj i naravno da mi odmah obavestimo kolege, vrlo smo sinhroni, vrlo usko sarađujemo i onda oni preuzimaju dalje pacijenta. Uvek napomenemo i u savjetovanju i svakako da pišemo u izveštaju da je neophodno da dete nakon rođenja bude praćeno baš od strane kliničkog genetičara iz razloga što mislim da je u Tiršovoj zaista ima jedno izuzetno genetičko savjetovalište i uopšte genetički odsek. Oni svoje pacijente prate, oni svoje pacijente redovno upućuju na preglede na koje treba, na određeni vremenski period, tako da mi prosto tog pacijenta koliko god da je on mali, ne pustimo tek tako da ode sa klinike, nego ga preusmerimo i preuzmu ga kolege koji ga dalje prate.
Hvala vam. Profesorka, kako genetika može doprineti, stalno govorimo da je neophodan taj personalizovani pristup i upravo poboljšanju ishoda samog lečenja osoba sa retkim bolestima?
Može da doprinese mnogo, zaista, već u ovom trenutku, a pretpostavljamo i nadamo se da će u skoroj budućnosti to biti još i više. Ako se govori baš o vezivanju lečenja sa genetičkom osnovom date bolesti, za mnoge retke bolesti odabir terapije je direktno povezan sa time koja vrsta genetičke promene u nasljednom materijalu postoji kod bolesnika. Samo prethodno da kažemo što je i poznato, ali da istaknemo da ipak još uvek za mali broj retkih bolesti postoji uzročna terapija, odnosno terapija koja se direktno odnosi na delovanje na uzrok bolesti. Za najveći broj još uvek retkih bolesti je terapija simptomatska ili na različiti drugi način, da kažemo, pomažuća, ali ne ta koja direktno ide na uzrok bolesti. Sad, kod ovih situacija gde postoji odgovarajuća terapija, ta uzročna, to se direktno vezuje u velikom broju slučajeva sa vrstom genetičke promene. Na primer, uzet ćemo kao ilustraciju cističnu fibrozu, bolest koja se smatra najčešćom tom recesivnom naslednom bolešću u belačkoj populaciji, možda da naglasimo teškom naslednom bolešću u belačkoj populaciji, gde je opet dobro poznato koji je to gen u kome se promene javljaju i koja je to najčešća mutacija, ta poznata mutacija označena kao delta F508. Terapija koja se u novije vreme pojavila, koja je izuzetno efikasna, upravo pokriva određeni spektar, odnosno bolje reći je adekvatna za pacijente sa određenim vrstama promena u tom CFTR genu. Pre svega sa tom najčešćom promenom delta F508, ali i sa nekim drugim. To je znači direktan primer, baš kako kažete personalizovane medicine, da taj određeni lek ima efikasnost kod pacijenata sa određenim vrstama genetičkih promena. Isto tako i za druge bolesti, recimo, da uzmemo kao primer spinalnu mišićnu atrofiju, obolenje koje je isto genetička osnova već dugo poznata, ali je isto naravno monogenska bolest uslovljena promenom u jednom genu, ali tu postoje određeni podtipovi, sada da ne ulazimo u te detalje, i zahvaljujući genetičkom testiranju za svakog pacijenta se može tačno utvrditi kom podtipu on pripada, pa i što se tiče te genetičke podloge. Između ostalog postoji danas i screening novorođenčadi kod nas, što je dobro poznato, već više od godinu dana, možda i 2 godine, ne znam tačno baš koliko. Znači, na bazi toga kakva je genetika kod pacijenta, određuje se koja je najadekvatnija terapija za tog bolesnika, najčešće su to deca, da li će se primeniti genska terapija ili će se primeniti neke druge vrste terapija koje su isto zasnovane na delovanju na tom molekularnom, odnosno genetičkom nivou. To bi nam isto bio primer u okviru te bolesti personalizovanog pristupa i određivanja terapije, vrste terapije u odnosu na samu genetičku osnovu kod datog bolesnika. I naravno, da uzmem još jedan primer teške nasledne bolesti Dušenove mišićne distrofije, gde je takođe dobro poznato koji gen je u pitanju i koji obrazac nasleđivanja, ali ovde sada imamo veliki spektar mutacija koje se mogu javiti kod obolelih i sada opet različiti koncepti terapije, različiti vidovi, tipovi, različite strategije terapije se primenjuju za pacijente sa određenim vrstama mutacija. I to je isto dobro poznato i prilikom da kažemo, davanja preporuka za datu vrstu terapije, uvek se ona direktno povezuje sa vrstom genetičke promene koja kod pacijenta sa tom Duchennevom mišićnom distrofijom postoji. Eto, navela sam neke primere. U perspektivi svakako se nadamo da će to biti još mnogo raširenije sa pojavom novih lekova, novih, da kažemo, terapeutika, novih tih molekula koji deluju upravo na tom molekularnom genskom nivou, da će se još više vezivati dati lek sa datom genetičkom promenom i optimalnim delovanjem na tom molekularnom genetičkom nivou za određenog pacijenta. Tako da, znači, personalizovana medicina bez genetike praktično, ne mogu da kažem da ne bi postojala, ali bi imala mnogo manji obim primene i mogućnosti razvoja.
Hvala vam. Brankica, ajde možda da se osvrnemo i na sam tok, odnosno od trenutka kada roditelji, mali pacijent kad dođe kod vas, od sumnje, dakle, na postojanje neke bolesti, odnosno na neki poremećaj, pa do samog trenutka postavljanja dijagnoze. Koliko zapravo u praksi taj proces traje?
Pa to sad generalno zavisi, jer u suštini nekad mi iz, da kažem, prvog primenjenog testa dijagnozu dobijemo, a nekad nam je potrebno da primenimo niz testova genetičkih da bi došli do tog konačnog odgovora. U nekom procentu slučajeva nekad ni ne razjasnimo. Primenimo sve što ima smisla i kod nas i u inostranstvu, ali opet nemamo kompletna znanja na svetskom nivou da dođemo do tih odgovora. Ali da se vratim na to neko vreme, ja bih rekla da to može da ide od nekih 2 meseca pa do 2 godine. Mislim da je to neki realan opseg. Naravno, kad su neki pacijenti životno ugroženi, kad postoji neka vrlo jasna medicinska indikacija da se sve to stavi kao veliki prioritet, onda primenimo i više testova istovremeno i onda to može da pristigne u nekom periodu od recimo 2 meseca, ali za većinu situacija idemo taj korak po korak pristup i to je negde oko 2 godine, recimo, neki razumni period. A koliko sam čula, to je nešto i u saglasnosti sa onim što je prosek u Batutu na osnovu do sada unetih baze pacijenata sa retkim bolestima. Rekoše mi kolege da je trenutni prosek od tog procesa oko 1 godinu i 8 meseci.
Za neke bolesti, boga mi, odrasli pacijenti se žale da čekaju i 7 godina, su čekali zapravo.
Jeste, da. To je ono što mi znamo. Svi mi koji se bavimo retkim bolestima znamo da često pacijenti lutaju od specijaliste do specijaliste, da se tu nakupe onako debele fascikle koje mi svi kad dođu kod nas prvo prelistamo. Ali suštinski ceo svet teži ka tome da taj broj pada, broj godina pada što više. Mislim da je to ipak niže u pedijatrijskoj populaciji iz različitih razloga. Prvo, što u suštini 70% retkih bolesti se procenjuje da se manifestuje u dečijem uzrastu. Dakle, mi pedijatri smo u većoj prilici da se susrećemo sa time, pa negde mislim da i naše kolege, generalno pedijatri, više imaju svest da nešto što su videli kod dece ne očekuju i da očekuju da možda tu ima neke genetike. A nekad je to adultnim lekarima i teže. Tokom godina se nakupi sijaset nekih problema koje oni viđaju svakodnevno, pa u moru svega toga treba ipak izabrati one za koje se sumnja da je to zapravo neko retko oboljenje.
I možda treba apelovati da se bolje rade te baze retkih bolesti, jer ako se procenjuje koliko, 350 do 450 hiljada pacijenta s retkim bolestima, koliko ih ima? 12-15 hiljada možda u samoj bazi.
Tako nešto, da. Pa to je pokrenuta, već unazad nekoliko godina postoji zapravo ta inicijativa Batuta da se ta baza formira, pa mi smo tu od početka, moram reći, dok je to sve bilo jednim Excel tabelama, sad je to na jednom većem nivou i sad postoji taj online praktično formular koji se popunjava i koji je naravno svima lakši i za pretragu i za objedinjavanje. Ja mogu da kažem da svi pacijenti koji su bili u našoj ustanovi jesu u toj bazi, ali da se unose oni za koje je genetička obrada kompletirana. Znači, kada postavimo dijagnozu retke bolesti na osnovu učinjenih rezultata, znači specifično, tada ti pacijenti budu prijavljeni u bazi. Znači, sve ovo što je u nekoj proceduri, oni čekaju razrešenje.
Da. Hvala vam, Brankice. Ivana, ajde možda i to da kažemo. Rekli smo i Bojana je bila napomenula, komunikacija sa pacijentima, koliko je važna, koliko je značajna sa vašim pacijentkinjama. S kojim izazovima se vi najčešće suočavate upravo u toj komunikaciji, posebno ako neki rezultati testiranja nisu konačni ili su, da kažem, pomalo neodređeni?
Pa, komunikacija je izuzetno važna. Sada, pošto smo i Bojana i ja u jednom malo specifičnijem polju genetike, koji je prenatalna, da kažem, dijagnostika, tu postoji određena pravila za saopštavanje nalaza genetičkih testiranja, baš zbog toga da bi se izbjegli ti problemi sa varijantama neodređenog značaja. Svako ko uradi postnatalno egzom ili RI dobit će prijavljenu i tu varijantu nepoznatog značaja, ali prema nekim našim, da kažem, protokolima te varijante se prenatalno ne prijavljuju. Što je svakako nešto što mi objasnimo pacijentima kada započinjemo to testiranje, prosto da znaju da iako recimo izdamo uredan nalaz nekog molekularnog kariotipa, to ne znači da neka varijanta tog neodređenog tipa ne postoji. Izuzetno retko ih raportiramo onda kada mislimo da je daleko veća šansa da ta varijanta jeste uzročna ili da je patogena, ali to onda naravno i obrazložimo na adekvatan način, ispitamo porodicu da bi celu tu priču zaokružili. Ali činjenica jeste da sa i rezultatima koji su nam, kako bih rekla, s te neke klasifikacione strane jasno patogeni, vi uvijek imate neizvesnost u smislu manifestacija tih oboljenja, zato što su genetička oboljenja i različite ekspresije, različite penetrabilnosti, tako da to što neko ima određenu promenu koja na njega ne utiče, ne znači da će se isto manifestovati i kod njegovog najbližeg srodnika. Ali prosto kroz taj proces genetičkog informisanja, znači izložimo to jer su i naše mogućnosti tu ograničene. Prosto ne postoji nešto dodatno što bi vi mogli da uradite, a da to u potpunosti precizirate. Tako da mislim da ukoliko se sve lepo objasni, da tu onda nemamo problema sa razumevanjem tih stvari.
Hvala vam. I Bojana, koje najčešće pacijentkinje imaju nedoumice?
Najčešće imaju nedoumice trenutno, ono što nama pravi najveći problem u prenatalnom genetičkom savjetovanju jesu ti takozvani prenatalni testovi, odnosno screening testovi koji su zasnovani na slobodno cirkulišućoj fetalnoj DNK koja se izoluje iz krvi majke i analizira i u smislu rezultata koji se dobijaju, jer nažalost u slučajevima ovakvog testiranja koje nije finansirano od strane fonda, pacijenti sami plaćaju, pa samim tim idu u nekakve, da kažemo, privatne zdravstvene ustanove ili nekakve, da kažemo, ispostave nekih stranih kompanija koje se time bave i, nažalost, tamo ne dobiju ono što je osnovno u svakom prenatalnom, a i postnatalnom genetičkom testu, bio on screening ili dijagnostički, a to je pretest savjetovanje i posttest savjetovanje. Dužni smo kao lekari kada upućujemo pacijentkinju, trudnicu na nekakav test, bio on screening ili dijagnostički, da im detaljno objasnimo šta podrazumeva takvo jedno testiranje, koliko je validan rezultat koji će ona dobiti i na koje genetičke poremećaje se tačno odnosi. Ne možemo da dobijemo rezultat i kažemo beba je genetički zdrava. To je nedopustivo. A da pre toga pacijentkinje čak nismo ni objasnili da je to screening test, odnosno test koji procenjuje rizik, da to nije dijagnostika. To nam je trenutno najveći problem zato što nam se, nažalost, pošto se već napravi trijaža pa kod nas dođu pacijentkinje koji imaju problem, ispostavi se da fetus ima nekakvu strukturnu anomaliju, mi preporučimo genetičko testiranje, dobijemo patološki nalaz i kad saopštimo ženi, odnosno paru, najčešće to bude par, oni se ljute na nas. Kako je moguće da nam dete ima genetičku grešku i genetičku bolest kada je nama doktor rekao na prenatalnom testu da je sve u redu? Razumete? Znači, neophodno je urediti uopšte od početka, od screening testova pa nadalje, ko, kada i kako treba pacijenta da informiše. Naravno da su žene u nedoumici i to je prirodno da žena želi da veruje da je njena beba zdrava i da je njen prva reakcija, odbrambena reakcija, ne verujem ti. I zato mi zapravo i radimo sa tom najosetljivijom grupom populacije, a to su trudnice gde vi nemate jednog, nego imate dva, a nekada ako je partner tu i 3 pacijenta o kojima morate da vodite računa. Vi morate da vodite računa i njihovom psihološkom stanju i njihovom mentalnom zdravlju u tom trenutku.
Tako je, hvala vam najlepše. Hvala vam, dame. Izvolite, slede vaše pitanja. Imate li neka pitanja za naše govornice? Mislim da se niko ne javlja. Evo, izvolite. Evo i posle gospođa.
Dobar dan. Ja bih pitala nešto u vezi mojih ličnih zapažanja, a to je da li mislite da ova problematika oko neinformisanosti dovoljne potiče i sa nivoa primarne zdravstvene zaštite i kako to popraviti?
Hvala.
To je moje pitanje.
Za koga? Koga pitate?
Bilo ko može da odgovori na to.
Ko želi da odgovori? Ko može?
Evo, ja bih možda počela, pa dalje će koleginice da se nadovežu. Svakako da je to tačno i zaista je to jedno veliko pitanje kako sprovesti tu savremenu edukaciju vezanu za genetiku kod lekara na primarnoj zdravstvenoj zaštiti. Zašto sam se javila da prvo odgovorim? Jer sticajem okolnosti učestvujem u toj nastavi za lekare koji su na specijalizaciji za opšte medicine i oni imaju 45 minuta predavanja jedno vezano za genetiku. To je jednostavno činjenica takva da je po programu tako. To su programi koji su verovatno rađeni nekada ranije. Kao što smo i čuli i znamo, situacija u našoj genetici, u našoj oblasti se menja iz dana u dan i dostupne su nove metode i znanja se šire i tako. Tako da sigurno bi trebalo poći od toga kako da se ta savremena znanja prenesu i učine dostupnim lekarima u primarnoj zdravstvenoj zaštiti, a onda i da se definiše koje su njihove, da kažemo, nadležnosti i obaveze vezano upravo za to da pričaju sa svojim pacijentima o mogućnostima i za dijagnostiku i za testiranje i za postavljanje sumnje na dijagnozu i tako dalje. A posebno, eto, da iskoristim priliku samo i da istaknem ovo što smo već malo i pomenuli i koleginice i pomenule, prenatalna dijagnostika i genetičko testiranje u dečijoj dobi kod pedijatrijskih pacijenata, da kažemo, kroz institucije jeste regulisano. Da li to može bolje? Sigurno da može. Ali vezano za odrasle pacijente, kada oni izađu iz tog pedijatrijskog uzrasta, tu ima još puno prostora za unapređenje, a upravo ti odrasli pacijenti se i javljaju primarnoj zdravstvenoj zaštiti, lekaru opšte prakse, koji onda treba da ih uputi, posavetuje, usmeri i tako dalje. Eto, samo bi tako za početak rekla, pa onda koleginice možda ako i dalje nešto teli da prokomentariš.
Ja bih se nadovezala na ovo što je profesorka rekla. Ne treba zaboraviti, ne treba toliko ni kriviti naše kolege iz primarne zdravstvene zaštite, ne treba zaboraviti koliko je ovo oblast koja se strašno brzo menja. Ove stvari o kojima mi sad pričamo, s kojima svakodnevno baratamo u kliničkoj praksi, nisu postojale pre 10 godina u kliničkoj praksi. Ja o ovome nisam slušala na fakultetu, što nije bilo baš tako davno. Znači, starije generacije nisu imale taj blizak susret kao što možda trenutni specijalizanti pedijatrije imaju. Kod nas postoji ta, da kažem, edukacija za specijalizante pedijatrije gde oni moraju da i provedu 2 nedelje sa nama, da vide kako to funkcioniše i u praksi. Ali, opet kažem, te neke malo starije, ne mnogo starije generacije nisu imali taj luksuz, tako da kažemo. Tako da, negde kroz ovakve razgovore, kroz naše kongrese raznorazne je nešto kako mi njih otprilike možemo da informišemo, ali prosto i to je nešto na čemu mi treba svi kao zajednica da radimo.
Hvala. Imamo još jedno pitanje. Evo stiže Stefan.
Za profesorku, to je doktorku Bojanu, malo pre kad ste pomenuli vantelesnu oplodnju i proceduru, znači biopsije embriona i vraćanje embriona u uterus majke, interesuje me koliko je ta, da kažem, metoda kod nas uspešna i koliko se često radi. Znači u praksi generalno, da li je to kod nas nešto zaista zastupljeno ili je još uvek, da kažem, onako...
Jedna važna informacija koju sam propustila, nažalost da kažem, samo testiranje embriona se ne odvija u Srbiji. Testiranje se odvija u inostranstvu i ti uzorci koji se uzmu od embriona, znači nakon biopsije embriona, kad je on u stadijumu blastociste, uzme se 5 do 6 ćelija koje se pošalju u inostranstvo na analizu. Rekla sam da je do sada 25 parova. Ono što ja imam podatak, to je za 2 para. Jedni su dobili nebalansirane embrione, nažalost. Jedni su dobili 1 balansirani, ali ta trudnoća nije uspela. Ono na čemu radimo trenutno jeste upravo sakupljanje svih podataka. Ja se nadam da ćemo uskoro moći da objavimo koliko smo tačno imali uspešnosti trudnoća nakon biopsije embriona. Literaturno gledano, znači sva istraživanja koja su do sada publikovana kažu da to ne umanjuje uspešnost vantelesne oplodnje, baš naprotiv. Ono što je omogućeno, ne mogu da kažem mi, ali kompanije koje izvoze embrione i omogućavaju da se oni uopšte testiraju, su uspele da dogovore sa tim inostranim kompanijama da u cenu koštanja dijagnostike, znači kada imamo testiranje na hromozomske translokacije ili na monogenske poremećaje, da oni u tu cenu uključe i screening zapravo na hromozomopatije. Tako da mi imamo situaciju da dobijemo onaj embrion koji ima najviše šansi da se nakon implantacije razvije u jedan zdrav fetus i sledstveno o tome da dobijemo zdravu bebu, naravno misleći na genetički zdravu. Uvek moramo da imamo u vidu, ja moram da napomenemo, nismo malo pre to rekli, mi uvek tražimo i kada se beba rodi pa ima anomalije, mi uvek tražimo šta je to što je genetički uzrok, pa nekad uradimo sve što je u svetu dostupno i ne dobijemo nikakav nalaz. Mi smo skoro imali jedan slučaj da nam je došla žena čija je beba preminula u 10. mesecu života, koja je rođena sa multiplim anomalijama, sve je urađeno što je moglo da se uradi. A onda je žena prvi put zapravo kada je kod nas došla rekla da ona ima jedno osnovno oboljenje u sklopu koga koristi terapiju i jedan lek za koji se zna da može da ošteti fetus u razvoju. I kada smo krenuli redom, videli smo da je beba zapravo imala sve te anomalije koje taj lek izaziva. Tako da ne možemo da se uvek skoncentrišemo isključivo na genetiku. Postoje drugi agensi koji mogu da oštete. Tako i u smislu nakon preimplantacione dijagnostike mi uvek smo oprezni. Ne možemo da garantujemo da će ta trudnoća uvek da se završi onako kako svi želimo. Ali što se tiče genetike, odradi se testiranje i uvek je preporuka, ali to je sada priča za možda neki drugi susret, uvek je preporuka da se nakon preimplantacione dijagnostike dodatno uradi i prenatalna dijagnostika iz uzorka plodove vode.
Nije problem. Rekli ste znači da se šalje u inostranstvo tih nekoliko ćelija, 5-6 ćelija plastociste da se testira. Dakle, ta žena je i dalje trudna i čeka, znači, taj rezultat.
Ne, ona nije trudna. Embrioni su za to vreme zamrznuti. Embrioni su zamrznuti i kada dobijemo rezultat, kada dobijemo onaj embrion koji nema mutaciju ili u slučajevima recesivnih ima jednu kopiju ili pak ima euploidan broj hromozoma, onda dobije preporuku da se takav embrion vrati i vraćamo samo te embrione, znači za koje znamo da nemaju genetičku grešku.
Hvala vam puno. Hvala.
Izvolite, ima li još pitanja? Ukoliko nema, još jednom da se zahvalimo profesoru doktorki Ivani Novaković, doktorki Brankici Bosankić, doktorki Ivani Joksić i doktorki Bojani Petrović. Bile ste izuzetne dame. Hvala vam još jednom.
Hvala
vam.
vam.
Ste bile govornice.
Hvala i vama.
Hvala i vama.
Hello to everyone. Good afternoon. I'm very happy and honored today to moderate the session of the impact of personalized medicine on rare diseases. I have very interesting guests, and hopefully we will all learn together of the opportunities of this new field and how can we impact the rare diseases globally. My name is Ivana Kostić. I'm the co-founder of Health Tech Lab that is in Serbia supporting innovations in health through various technologies, and I'm very happy to discuss today the rare diseases. So there are more than 6,000 rare diseases globally that affect more than 30 million people. Last time that I moderated a session 2 years ago on this conference, we discussed the diagnostics and the minimum of 4 to 5 years to diagnose some of the rare diseases. So I'm also curious to learn today if we have any advances in this field and how can personalized medicine affect the diagnostics, but then also what is happening with innovative therapeutics and how can we implement them in everyday use for them to come to the patients who we are creating them for. So we will also have this aspect of patient networks, patient advocates, and seeing how our patients interpreting, seeing, and implementing these potential innovative therapeutics, but also how is the research inventing and interacting with all other stakeholders in the ecosystem. Also, it would be very interesting to discuss the components of Serbian ecosystem versus the Irish, European Union, etc., and see whether the differences and what can we learn from each other, but also some of the challenges that would be, of course, the costs of translation, costs of some potential therapies that are already there, but are they reserved only for the high-income countries, and could they be implemented everywhere where we have rare diseases? So I'm very happy to introduce you today to the speakers. Branka Zukic, full research professor from the local Serbian Institute of Molecular Genetics and Genetics Engineering, who is also a leader of the Biomedicine Genetics Group. And we have Denis Costello, hopefully I pronounced that right, who is the director of the Patient Advocate Network for Chronic Myeloid Leukemia. And also it would be interesting to hear more about the company where you're at the board. So we can start, we can open up. And Branka, I think the floor is yours to hear what are the interesting projects that you're working at the Institute, considering the topic of personalized medicine, therapeutics, and rare diseases.
Thank you, Ivana. I am very glad to be here today with you, and it is my pleasure to be a speaker today. And I hope that from academia point of view, my perspective will lighten up a bit this topic. I work at the Institute of Molecular Genetics and Genetic Engineering from University of Belgrade. And I'm running the laboratory for molecular biomedicine, and we are doing personalized medicine, pharmacogenomics. And our mission is to use our knowledge to employ modern molecular biology technologies to discover, to validate pharmacogenomics marker, genomics marker, that could be used for individualization of therapy for patients that need that. So we had one big project that was recently completed. It's PharmGene Hub. It was population pharmacogenomics in the Western Balkans. It was an EU-funded project, and our aim was to identify markers that could be recommended for preemptive testing for various of patients. Okay, that maybe is not focused on rare diseases, but it could be also important for rare disease patients. We also do a lot of cancer precision oncology. So we have introduced comprehensive genome profiling of solid tumors into as our diagnostic tool. and also we use it for research. So patients with cancer, a lot of cancers are rare diseases, could have the exact mutation that could be targeted with a drug that is right for them. So I think that is important for patients in Serbia. So we do a lot of hematological malignancies, research and diagnostics to help patients stratify into certain risks that could be treated accordingly to their risk with the right therapeutic protocol. We use high throughput sequencing methodology, clinical exome sequencing, whole genome, and we have from 2021 a contract with Serbian National Health Insurance Fund to do this NGS testing for patients in Serbia who are referred to our institute. So there is a procedure, and anyone who has to be tested could come to our lab. And since then, we did almost 5,000 analyses. That's quite a lot. And I think it's important because sometimes newborns come to our lab, not having a name yet, and they have a molecular diagnosis in a week or two. Sometimes we have a lot of trio sequencing for prenatal testing for fetus and parents, and it is also a big thing that they have this diagnosis very, very fast. So for patients in Serbia, I think more labs like ours should be employed. And we introduce also IPS technology into our lab, so CRISPR-Cas, a lot of technologies that we will talk about later.
A lot of work, a lot of interesting things, so congratulations for the beginning.
Thanks.
And Dennis, please.
Yeah. So my name is Dennis Costello. I'm originally from Ireland, but I'm now the director of a global patient organization for leukemia, chronic myeloid leukemia, which actually you could say was one of the first cancers to have a really targeted therapy 20 years ago this year, actually. And so that has really revolutionized, I think, our approach from a patient perspective around the expectation of not only survival but quality of life and all that goes with that. In some ways, many people look to the story of CML to see how their disease could learn from the pathways that we have created. I should add that before my journey with CML, I spent 11 years working with EURORDIS, the European Federation for Rare Diseases. And so I've followed the story of NORB since the beginning almost, and the journey of the patient, the rare disease patient movement in Serbia. And so, I've also been following this concept of precision medicine within both rare diseases and cancer. And that's been very interesting. Because now it's very much focused on, you could say, on cancer. The low-hanging fruit in precision medicine are still within cancer, and rare diseases are benefiting from it, but it's more of an outlier. Whereas if you look at orphan drugs, for example, rare diseases were the pioneers, and rare cancers benefited from that. And so it's interesting to see how precision medicine, when it came out, I think was abused slightly as a term, and people got afraid of it, especially decision makers. But now I think that we see the benefits, the real tangible benefits of the technology and the research. I think it's our job to destigmatize it a little bit, and we'll talk about that later around the hope and the hype. But I would just also add that I'm on a board member of a non-profit multi-stakeholder international initiative called FT3. It's basically the three T's, from testing to targeted treatments. And this is a collaboration internationally to bring together all stakeholders. It is, I have to say, patient-driven, patient-heavy, But we work with all of the, we work with the pharmaceutical industry, the diagnostic industry, pathologists, and the greater research community to really catalyze and accelerate the opportunities, because we're seeing that because of the marvelous research, we're having a lot more potential tests, a lot more potential biomarkers, but they're not translating into the clinic. And this is a real loss for opportunities for survival, for quality of life, for all of these things. So FT3's role is really to, I think, work on a local country level, to work with local partners to showcase the value, the efficiencies, and the opportunities now of precision medicine. And so I'm happy to talk about that in the course of our next
I just realized that we might miss a few chairs here in between the research and the final adopters, but we will remember the questions for them later.
Sure.
Now it would be good to go back to the beginnings. So just to clarify the personalized medicine for the audience, and also you mentioned precision medicine. So maybe just to give an intro on those terms.
Well, I suppose from the I mean, I'm not a scientist. I'm a patient advocate. But I suppose from our perspective, from the patient perspective, we envisage precision or personalized medicine, I suppose, as the right test for the right treatment at the right time. That's the simplest way of putting it. And you could say, I mean, I'm very wary of using this term personalized medicine, because I think, in a way, we should just think about medicine as we've been doing it all along, but this is a better way of doing it, because once we start adding a label and a tag and hype, and it creates all sorts of problems, I think. But that for us, I think, is the answer: the right test, right treatment, right time, in its most simplistic terms. And I'm happy to hear other perspectives.
I was thinking about those terms, personalized and precision, for a long time, because we use it as a synonymous. But I would say that they are not synonymous. I think we are now at the era of precision medicine, because we can use different technologies, and the results from different tests, omics or genomics, transcriptomics, proteomics, radiomics, metabolomics, to have some data and to fit it into some model, or to have some biomarkers that we validate, to use as a right test for right patients at the right time, to tailor the treatment according to that. I think we still have to go to the personalized era, because if you say personalized, I think that we should put into the equation lifestyle, socioeconomic, some habits, some nutritional facts, more details about a person than just genome, transcriptome, and proteome, and everything I mentioned. So at the moment, we use the data from which technology provides us. But we are going if you ask lung cancer patients, the first question is, are you smoking? You are not doing the genomic test first. How long? How many cigarettes a day? So you include that into the equation of how to treat the patient. So these new technologies and bioinformatics tools and AI tools and everything, those tools that now are available to us, we have to know how to use them to put all of this into a result that we can translate clinically.
And to get the precise result.
The old-fashioned model was one size fits all and one therapy. When you finish medical school 20 years ago, you know if you have a diabetes, you are treated like this. You open a book and you have the drug, what is written in the book. But now we know that it is better to see the patient himself, not the disease. To have all these characteristics sometimes one of the biggest challenges is you have the same diagnosis but different symptoms. There are overlapping symptoms, and sometimes the medical doctors struggle to confirm is it the right type of that disease and how to treat it. When you have all these results from different omics now, it is much more easier.
Like a more wholesome
so
picture.
Yeah, this old one size
patient.
fits all moves to right test for the right person at the right time to give them the right drug.
Great. Great. Dennis, so it would be nice to hear and to start with some positive stories and outcomes that already happened, and results that we know about, and go from there, because usually when new technology appears, we think it can solve everything. And so there's always this hype and then the reality that it comes up to.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, I'll start a little bit with some of the stories from the world of the rare cancers. And then, I mean, there are many stories in the world of rare diseases, very locally here in Serbia, I think, which are, I think, to be highly considered. I mean, lung cancer, you mentioned, right, is one of the great examples of the prognosis that we've seen over the past 20 years, which has radically changed because of genetic profiling. So much so even that in the patient movement now, you have groups that set themselves up by the genetic biomarker. So you have ROS1 patient groups for that specific genetic subtype of lung cancer. And at the beginning, we were a little bit worried that everything is going to balkanize, to use that word, to kind of go off in its own small mini communities, and we were going to lose our solidarity. But actually, that hasn't happened. Certainly, these groups have sprung up, but we have managed to maintain the cohesiveness under the umbrella of lung cancer, for example. But I think lung cancer is certainly one area where is a great success story, if we can say that, within benefiting from the technologies of precision medicine. And there are many more. I mean, there's in FT3 there's a cancer called cancer of the unknown primary. It's a metastatic cancer which is unknown where the actual location is, and so doctors don't know where to actually treat. But with screening, you can actually then determine, and because of one very strong patient organization in the Netherlands, this woman who lost her husband, she lobbied so strongly, she got the reimbursement for the screening under the national program. And now in the Netherlands, this is just in the past 18 months, we're beginning to see progress there, for example. I mean, here in Serbia, you have the screening for SMA, which is a tremendous, I think, success story. You also have, if I look at the retinal diseases, there are retinal rare diseases where previously it was a kind of a wait and see clinical kind of pathway, whereas now there's more routine in some countries, early screening, and you can benefit from a treatment which can really prevent the degradation of your sight. So we're seeing greater quality of life, greater vision, greater movement, less hospital visits, all of these things which, I think are part of the value story that we need to tell. And again, within rare diseases, we need to, be careful, obviously, and discover which biomarkers are ready for testing, and if there is a relevant treatment for it, and then obviously the patient movement needs to lobby and do its work to make sure that the decision makers can understand the value of this and include them into the health system.
Yes, I think Norbs did a good job in Serbia on that side.
Yes.
As well. Branka, from the research now connecting with the patient community, we know that for rare diseases, one of the disadvantages, of course, the number of patients. So that affects the research, clinical studies, etc. But could you comment on that, and then maybe other challenges that you face for research in rare diseases overall?
First challenge is technology. I would say that now we are much better than 5 or 10 years ago. High throughput sequencing is now available as technology, even in Serbia, which is not an EU member country. And the price is acceptable. It is not low, but it is acceptable. So sometimes patients want to do it by themselves, not to wait to fund, to reimburse the test. And we are very well connected with our colleagues from abroad. So I think in that level, we are the same level as everywhere in the world. For what is also what is the challenge? We don't know everything about the biology of the rare diseases. We don't recognize the patients now. We sequence, yes, we have the technology, but you have a variant of uncertain significance. You don't know what to do with it. Is it pathogenic? Is it benign? Should you test the family members for that? If I had to test it prenatally, should I advise one or another? So we still have some knowledge to gain and to share, to be aware of we have now very good computational tools, but one of the methods for assessment the pathogenicity is frequency of the variant. When you have rare diseases, that could be exclusive. So then you have to do functional testing to prove it is pathogenic variant or not. And even if you prove it is pathogenic, even if you decide to correct the defect by a targeted therapeutic, you're not sure about the pathway, about the receptors that are involved, about small molecules that are involved. Is it going to be some side effects of the therapy? You don't have the control group. So it is very challenging to start and to decide, yeah, I'm not going to develop therapy for this specific genetic variation. So there are many aspects that should be involved in that, but I think we are getting better and better with each year, because now you have the therapy that is developed for one patient. Because you recognize and give your best to use the previous knowledge, yours and other colleagues from the world, to speed up the whole process, because time is sometimes crucial. When you have progressing disease, 6 months is sometimes late, and now I think if you develop a drug in 6 months, that is very, very fast. So our aim is to include all of them, to try to recognize all of them, and when you could help, to help this one patient, because it doesn't matter. It should not be discriminated because of his genetic background.
Yes, we also have the orphan drug pathways of approval, so there is a systemic method to approve that as well. So.
Yes, I agree.
And in Ireland, how does it work? How do patients communicate with researchers? Do they impact that side as well, or communicate with that side? Because we mentioned interaction of patients with stakeholders, with regulators, but you know, where is this connection?
Ireland, in some senses, is similar size country to Serbia, and there is good cross-stakeholder collaboration, I would say, between institutions and the patient community in Ireland. In this, I would have to say it's very similar dynamic.
Because we're very proud in Serbia about the number of patient associations and their interaction, but I was just curious if you get inputs from research community as well. And
very much so. I mean, even that the retina genetic therapy, gene therapy that I mentioned there earlier was first developed in Ireland. And it's one of the world's first gene therapies to have been approved. And I think going back to what's could be to come in rare diseases, there's this avalanche of research in gene therapy that we need to be prepared for, and very often, these are accompanied by, the gene tests and so on. So we need to be prepared. The health system needs to be prepared to align the world of testing with the world of treatment approval.
Branka, you mentioned a lot of challenges as some of the potential solutions. So I would like maybe to hear more about the platform that you developed in the Western Balkans, and if you think that these kind of platforms and connections with other ecosystems are part of the solution at least, and maybe give us a little bit of details on the results and outcomes. It would be interesting to hear that as well.
As someone working in academia in Serbia, it's quite, we were until last, I would say 10 years ago, we were very not open to the world. We were doing our little promoters, checking which transcriptional factor bind first and why this is important. And a switch happened, and we said, okay, yeah, it's very nice to have some basic research, but could we apply somehow this to help someone, one child, one person? And then we tried we had some collaboration with hospitals from Belgrade and from Serbia, and we started the diagnostics. I remember my first pharmacogenomic test. I was still finishing my thesis, and it was some thiopurin adverse drug reaction. And the doctor said, okay, it is very severe. I could not discontinue therapy without proof. And I said, I need 3 days to finish this. He said, okay, I need the results. And I stayed up to the late that day to finish that analysis. And it was a gel stained in silver, in a CISO. It was pretty late, and I saw the bands. It was positive. I called the doctor and said, it's positive. You can now discontinue that therapy. And he said, you saved a life today. And that sentence, I still remember, it was something very strong for me. And I said, okay, good for one day. And then we started to connect with others, to write project proposals with EU partners, to find registries of patients, biobanking, federative learning, all of these issues to make that platform for rare diseases and other diseases to collaborate, because that's important. It is not important for a scientist to do its own promoters, as I said, and to write a paper in a...
Which is still great, but...
Which is still great, but for us, it was the choice. So we started to find... we started to find the partners that could... that think the same and have the same motivation. So I think now we have several projects mainly funded by EU related to rare diseases to improve diagnostics, to improve treatment, to help patients, to improve regulatory aspects. And I think in Serbia for the last couple of years, this part of the whole process is improved a lot, because some gaps are filled with some regulatory papers that could there are still a lot of work in that field, but I think now we have some hope that someday it will be better for us as a scientist to translate the knowledge, because what we are facing is, yeah, I found this marker could be relevant for this drug or for this treatment, and what to do with that.
But also to open up to other communities. And,
yes.
I think you're definitely the leader as well in the Western Balkans.
Collaboration and multidisciplinary teams and collaboration in the country and from other partners from EU and the whole world. I think that is the solution to rare diseases mainly, and for science in general.
Yes, it would be also nice to hear from both of you. You mentioned the contract with the National Insurance Fund, also how that interaction happened and what is going on and how much time it took, etc. And also maybe to hear an example from the Patient Advocate Network of your interaction with the local government and, you know, translating some innovation or targeting therapy that you're doing in another initiative. Just what is the pathway and what it takes to get in real life situations something to the patient?
Yeah, I mean, it's so dependent on every country, isn't it? But there are some recipes, I suppose. I mean, in the FT3 initiative, we did a big mapping across the continent to see, well, what common problems are there that we could kind of maybe group certain countries together with the same problems. And we in Spain, with lung cancer, where the testing was approved at national level, but once you go under the hood into the regions, you know, like you have this regional issue like in many other countries in Europe, like in Germany and Italy and so on, the testing wasn't universally available because it wasn't being picked up by the local health authorities, primarily because of a lack of education of the clinicians. And the clinicians weren't really fully aware that this was an option. Patients didn't have a clue. So through education of the patients and the clinicians, we tried to move towards this famous co-decision-making paradigm. But we did find that through education, patients were asking more, clinicians were more aware of the new opportunities, and that was able to break down this regional kind of firewall within the Spanish context.
When you say education, you mean
just awareness.
Awareness,
really, yeah, awareness of the fact that this exists, and you can actually, there's a pathway for you to request this test, you know, yeah, because it's not always in the guidelines, you know. So if it's not in the guidelines, it remains somehow discretionary and dependent.
It's not in traditional education, but it's actually conferences and gatherings and all other ways of learning. Yeah. Branka, so
I totally agree. I totally agree. When I talk to my friends and they said, "Oh, what you're doing is great," and when we talk in conferences like this and with students, because we are involved as a University of Belgrade into teaching part, but okay, they said, "That's very very nice. How can we do that?" And I have the impression that this message that we are sending in places like this, and they are great, and somehow they stay there. I think this final step to policymakers and decision makers should be, we should try to reach them more often. Because when you speak to medical doctors, we have very nice collaboration with University Children's Hospital, and for many, many years ago, and they say they understand the true value of molecular genetics in their work. They are clinicians, but they always ask, they all have a PhD, and they said, we learned a lot from you. And we learned a lot from them. So that was that very nice collaboration, long-lasting. But it feels sometimes that it is a closed bubble. We have to tear the silo and
learn from each other.
Learn from
you
each
mentioned
other.
This education, like connecting all the stakeholders on all levels to understand the whole process.
Yeah, and I mean, when we start talking about the policy side of things, you know, I think it's really important to emphasize that, especially in these, I would call them essential tests. I mean, I think there's essential, important, and discretionary. But in the essential tests, I mean, I think for us as a patient movement, the test is as important as the treatment. And this is a message that really needs to be hammered home, because, you know, if you get that test really earlier on and it can save you years of quality of life or even survival, well, then the test is as important as the treatment. And the policymakers need to understand the value story behind that. And I think working together, we can tell that story. Yeah.
And another important question in terms of patient advocacy and research is ethics. So where do you see this topic in
Well, it's a Pandora's box, but I think there are...
Especially if we talk about innovative therapies and innovative diagnostics, and there are patients waiting.
Sure. But I think now, we're many years into this, and that there are solutions, proven solutions. I mean, if we talk about looking at consent for one topic, I think there's lots of models of this kind of tiered consent now, where patients can actually give consent for future use of the data and so on. For me, really, if we get into the ethics, the area where most work needs to be done is on equity. And the equitable funding of these testing at the regional level, so that so that people can actually get access, because access is the big one. Literacy is an interesting one too, because very often we see that it's the families from well-educated backgrounds or good socioeconomic backgrounds that are actually the ones who are health literate enough to get access. So this again is an ethical question as well. I think through education that we can break down these barriers. And there is also the question, I think, of international standards of collaboration or data protection, that we have the same standards of protection, which again is an ethical, I think, obligation to work on. Yeah.
And the ecosystems as well, right? Yeah. We will discuss a little bit about that, about the differences and how each ecosystem, you have diagnostics, you have therapies, but are they accessible in each country, right? Yeah. In each ecosystem.
We face a lot with ethics in our job, because you have to for a research to have an ethics board approval for every research that you're doing. So those consents from 20 years ago, they are very narrow. Now and if you want to do some analysis on the sample from previous research, you have to contact the patient again for a new consent. And still some gaps have to be filled in that regulatory field in Serbia that I know. I'm not aware about it globally, but I think that technology is moving so far, and the ethics part stayed a bit slow. So we have to synchronize two of them. But what is important at the moment is access to samples, access to results. Those are sensitive data. Who has the access to the patient information? Who can use? Where they are stored? How they are stored? For how long? Are they going to be used again? In which terms? So, especially with big data, how to anonymize, depersonalize, pseudonymize all of those variations of data protection. So we still have a lot to do, but I think with those joint efforts like big registries and federating learning, we made a lot in recent years. So
I would like here also to stress a message about biobanking. So we have data sets, that's one part, and then biological samples and biobanking, which is in Serbia, currently not official, and I don't know if we have any official biobank as such, like registered biobank, maybe one.
I think that we don't have the biobank in the real, when you say biobank in real
And this is the baseline, like data sets and data protection, and then biological sample for everything else that we want to do in this field.
We have a lot of repositories of biological samples that are not, if you have a biobank, then anyone who has a legal request can use the sample and the data for their own research if some board approve that. But in Serbia, we still have registries, and they are local. And if you want to do any research, you have to find a way to contact the institution and the researchers to join. So,
is it mainly bureaucracy, bureaucratic reasons, or?
I think we were not aware, but now when we are aware, there are a lot of, yes, administrative things that should be applied to have a biobank, and also there are strict conditions that should be, how many samples, how they are stored. That is the whole science, how to run a proper biobank. We have colleagues from Karolinska Institute and a big project with them now, and we learn from them how to make real biobank that could be of use to whole research community.
I think all the projects, almost Horizon projects, are actually targeting this part, to learn from colleagues and see the setups, and I think this is really, really important topic to be established in Serbia. As you mentioned, a lot of data, a lot of analysis, the whole sequencing print for each person to be personalized, right? So it's a lot of data, a lot of things that we need in order to get some
yes, but
reasonable
we
results.
should aware of all of these issues that we both mentioned, because it is important for, we should keep the patient privacy and not to reveal any details.
Yep. And another big challenge is payments and approvals of innovative drugs, and the whole process, but then definitely the payer. So could you comment something on this? Is it working somewhere efficiently?
I don't think it's working near as efficiently as it could or should, unfortunately. And I think, we still see patients having to pay out of pocket to go either abroad or to private labs and all that kind of thing, and already to have the knowledge to be able to seek that out. So I think this is something that needs to be addressed as part of an advocacy effort, and also working with the clinical community to make sure that these kinds of new pathways can be included in standards of care and clinical guidelines that can then be included in healthcare systems. So we still have a fair way to go, I think, in terms of how these are paid for. They're not necessarily tremendously expensive, as you say, and the prices are continue to come down as the technology improves. But yeah, I think it's an area for advocacy.
I think that as someone working in the lab, I think that everyone should have access to genetic test, and if he needs it, and to a drug, and like an idealistic someone who thinks about it, I would say that the government should pay for that, but that is not our decision. So maybe some private-public partnership should be something that works now for to somehow strengthen the research institutions and some pharmaceutical companies that have interest in that, to jointly use resources from both sides with one aim, to develop a drug and help the patient. So I think that for some ultra-rare diseases or ultra-rare genetics, some funds, global philanthropic persons or communities could step in, but for most of them, for me, some form of public-private partnership could be the solution.
And I would just jump in. I think the business side of it has been changing over the past 10 years. You now have many pharmaceutical companies who are developing or partnering with companion diagnostics and so on, and selling the whole thing as a pack, which is a new way again of looking at things. And this brings you into the public-private potential opportunity there as well, which I think maybe I'm not qualified to talk about it, but something that we should highlight at least as we look about who can or should pay for these innovations. Yeah.
Because we should definitely hear more of this. You saved a life today, and it should be easy, right?
Yeah. And when you are talking to decision makers, you have to provide them with numbers. So pharmacoeconomic or research, they say, yeah, that's very nice, but our budget is limited. And when you provide them with numbers, they say, maybe we can find a way. So more science and more cooperation between different specialities.
I have more questions, but I would like to open the floor to the public and our guests to see where we are at the moment and we have any burning questions.
Dobar dan, hvala što ste došli. Iskreno, bila sam iznenađena da neko dolazi iz Irske. Moje pitanje za gospodina je, mi smo slali mail Irskom koledžu očne klinike, u stvari to je Irish College of Ophthalmology. Vjerojatno je otišao naš mail u spam ili negdje, ali u čemu se radi? Ja imam retku bolest uveitis. U mojim godinama gospodin iza mene je izgubio vid zbog dugogodišnje dijagnoze i neadekvatne možda terapije.
Se izvinjavam, samo da pitam, jel možeš na engleskom odmah ili...
Ne znam da...
Ako ne, onda ću ja prevesti.
Ok. I bit ću kratka. I naše pitanje, pošto kod nas uveitis, mnogi očni doktori u državnom smatraju da nije retak ili je povećan broj ljudi sa uveitisom, što je zabrinjavajuće. Baza koja postoji Batutova za retke bolesti, pošto ne znaju da imaju retku bolest, se ne upisuju. I nekako moje pitanje, da li bi mogao, na primjer, Irski College of Ophthalmology da stupi u kontakt sa našim očnom klinikom u Beogradu, a ujedno i da centar retkih bolesti bude na očnom, jer je zabrinjavajući broj uveitisa koji je, da kažem, koji za sad, da kažem, i dalje neki očni doktori u državnom smatraju da nije retka i veoma čest. Eto, to je moje pitanje.
Thank you. So she commented that she's surprised that someone, and also happy that someone from Ireland is here as a guest, and also a question about ophthalmological rare disease, if there could be a connection between Serbian Eye Clinic and Ireland Clinic of Ophthalmology, in order to confirm also if this is actually a rare disease, because some of the doctors say that it's not actually rare, that it's quite common, but others say that it's a rare disease.
Okay.
So it would be nice, maybe, I don't know, to get a second opinion and also be connected in this field.
Well, I can also... sorry.
So she's also suggesting.
Yeah, so Fighting Blindness is headquarters in Dublin, and the president of Urordis is a patient, Avril Daly, of retinal eye disorder, but also has the chief executive of Fighting Blindness. So I would be very happy to make the introduction between Avril and yourself, and hopefully that she can provide advice and make some partnership if that's a possibility. Yeah.
Great. Perfect. We had another question, I think, behind you.
Ja bih prvo imam pitanje za Branku, Danku, izvinite, nisam zapamtio.
Branka.
Bravo. Drago mi je da vas vidim posle 25 godina. Ja sam slepa osoba i u mom kartonu piše da je moja bolest genetska. Genetska, to je tužno i ružno, jer ja prvi put čujem za vas, nikad nisam radio nikakva genetska istraživanja, jer ako od 2000. godine posle bombardovanja vaš očni lekar upiše da je genetska bolest, vi onda imate invalidsku penziju 30.000, a ako je posljedica rata, onda je 130.000. Da li ja vas mogu da zamolim da mi kažete gde da dođem, platit ću, da posle 25 godina saznam od čega sam bolestan. 20 godina su me lečili kortikosteroidima i onda sam se obratio Ivici Jeremiću, reumatologu, jer je kao navodno moja osnovna bolest reumatološka, da se skinem sa pronizona. Uveli smo i muran. I onda je muran razorio moju krvnu sliku. Znači, kad imate one parametre, eritrocite, troje i tako dalje, ni jedan parametar nije bio dobar, sem šećera. Samo je šećer ostao normalan. I onda su me poslali na hematologiju, tamo su rekli da imam MDS, možda nisam pravilno izgovorio.
Da, mielodisplastični sindrom.
Bravo. I to je neki predkorak pred leukemiju. E onda su meni vadili koštanu srž, pa nemam ni leukemiju. Ljudi, od čega sam bolestan? A slep sam. A kao posljedica te neke moje bolesti je uveitis. Uvitik se leči deksametazonom, deksametazon utiče na očni pritisak, očni pritisak mi je spalio oba očna živca. Teško, jel da?
Da.
Živim s tim 25 godina. Za godinu dana sam izgubio vid. Kako? Prvo što mi je palo na pamet je da sam oboleo od side. Jer sida, prvi simptomi side su zamućenje vida i ovdje sam imao neku ranu na čelu. I to je kod side, ako imam mutan vid, imam ranu na čelu, a nisam menio, pa imam 6 testova na sidu. I kad sam se oženio kao slep, pitao sam svoju suprugu, imaš ti neki test, pošto imam 6. Multipla i tako dalje, cerebralna i ništa to nemam, sve se čeka po 15-20 dana i godinu dana prođe. Na prvi pregled sam došao motorom, a me sad sa belim štapom. Znate? I to je ono o čemu ste vi pričali onih 6 meseci.
Da.
Da ste vi, sam ja znao za vas i da ste vi rekli, to je taj lek, ja bi sad video i znao bi kako izgledate. Nije važno, tu sam gde sam. Kad pričate o prevenciji, radim sa penzionerima. Postoje lekovi, postoje farmaceutske kompanije u Srbiji, Ministarstvo zdravlja će valjda, nadam se, borimo se, idemo ka tome, gde govorim ljudima, molim ih, i sve ono što čujem da jednom godišnje ili čak jednom u 3-4 godine, i to koga zasvrbi, zaboli ili zatrveni oko, ne idu na oftalmološke preglede, molim te ljude da idu, da mogu da zadrže vid, da znaju za kataraktu, za drugu bolest ne znaju, za DMA i senilnu degeneraciju makule ne znaju, a za to postoji terapija.
Tako je.
Naši lekari koriste neki, vi to bolje znate, A9, K9, znam da je broj 9, pa nekako im ponekad nekome daju, a inače ako im naplaćuju, onda je to 800 € je lek, 200 € ruke za majstora, nema svaki penzioner. Obilazim udruženja penzionera i molim ih da se pregledaju. Ako ništa drugo, da se sete mene i da bar jednom godišnje provere očni pritisak. To je do mene. I pokušavam da utičem na Ministarstvo zdravlja da odobre taj lek i teško mi ide, ali borim se šta ću.
Borite se i dalje.
Španije,
Da.
verujte, što se gospodina iz Španije tiče, za njega imam jednu molbu, samo prevedite. It's my English, it's not fluently, sorry.
Iz Irske.
Iz Irske, okej. Ali je rekao da je advokat i da predstavlja organizaciju da u nadzornom odboru u Španiji, koliko sam razumio. Može i grešim. Poreklom iz Irske, advokat je.
Predstavlja udruženja pacijenata.
Bravo. Postoji neka mogućnost razmene, mišljenja, saradnje, da ti ljudi dođu kod nas, da im pokažemo Beograd. Ja u Beogradu, zove se Dodir Beograda. Mi angažujemo vodiča i provedemo slepe kroz Beograd, jer žive u Beogradu, vodio sam ih i na Avalu, pa da sve dodirnu, zato se i zove Dodir Beograda. Da vidimo šta je to novo u Španiji, da oni čuju šta je to novo u Beogradu. Ako postoji ta mogućnost, bio bi mu izuzetno zahvalan.
Prenećemo, hvala vam.
A vas bi, Branka, zamolio bilo kako, gde ste čoveče, dajte da znamo od čega sam bolestan posle 25 godina.
Da vam kažem, to možemo da rešimo.
Hvala najlepše, hvala vam.
Tako što ćemo uraditi analizu na institutu. Znači, vi imate pravo preko fonda da očna klinika kliničkog centra vas pošalje kod nas i da mi tu analizu uradimo o trošku fonda za vas. Ono što ste mi pričali da ste verovatno od kortikosteroida, od pronizona i to je verovatno neka neželjena reakcija bila na taj lek, zato ste tako brzo, koja nije lečena i prepoznata.
Super, Branka je reagovao. Odlično sam reagovao i samo ovako.
Ne, vi ste...
Samo je palo, sve.
To su ti side effects terapije koja recimo za neke lekove kao što je imuran koji ste pomenuli i sledeći, sa njim imamo dosta iskustva, tačno postoje genetičke varijante, ako je prisutna vi date ili pola doze ili ne smete da date taj lek, morate dati neki drugi. A za glukokortikoide imamo studije u različitim bolestima, kod inflamatornih bolesti creva, kod nekih reumatskih bolesti, kod akutne limfoblasne leukemije, kod dece se taj lek isto daje, kod mnogih drugih, nisu tako jasne te genetičke varijante, da kažemo ova jedna je baš zadužena za očni pritisak ili recimo te simptome koje ste pomenuli. Ali mi možemo da uradimo jednu sveobuhvatnu analizu, sekvenciranje celog egzoma i da na osnovu anamneze i tih papira koje imate od lekara probamo da vidimo da li je to genetska i koja bi to bila varijanta i zašto vam se desilo to što se desilo. Tako da to ćemo uraditi, ne brinite.
Super, hvala što ste se javili, što ste podelili vašu priču. I mislim da je ovo značajnije, u stvari najznačajniji moment od možda mnogih drugih pitanja. I will also translate the suggestion to you. So I think I wanted to mention for the end, so thank you for the introduction as well, about the lessons that we can learn from each other and how can we connect Irish ecosystem with Serbian ecosystem. And obviously there is a huge need in ophthalmology. I'm actually not sure if there is a patient association for ophthalmology specifically, but that's definitely the target. And also the gentleman mentioned association of patients called Touch of Belgrade. So he's suggesting of exchange between Ireland and Serbia. Okay. So they actually give a tour to blind patients and to touch the Belgrade. So, he's asking about this exchange of bringing maybe Irish patients to Belgrade to touch the Belgrade.
Okay,
so.
Well, I would be very happy to facilitate. And I will follow up with you to facilitate introductions and to make this dream a reality, hopefully.
Good.
And we had a lot of patients from ophthalmology clinic with RP65 mutation, that there is targeted therapy for that approved in Serbia. I think Lux Tur now.
Yes, that's
like that. Should definitely connect.
We had several cases, and that's a huge benefit for them because they know their diagnosis on time.
So from our conversation now, questions, but also your experience maybe, where do you see what you can learn from each other's ecosystems and maybe practices, or where are we still lacking? How do you see maybe Serbian ecosystem in this field, or what would you recommend, or what can you learn from Serbia? Did you learn something from Serbian?
Well, I mean, I've been coming to Serbia for many, many years through my contact with Norbs, and in the 12, almost 15 years I've been coming, I can certainly say I've seen a huge improvement from the outside. And although when I speak to patients, there are still a lot of problems, I understand, but it's the same in many, many countries. And I think I mentioned the SMA case as a real something that Ireland doesn't have, for example. So, in Ireland, we can still learn from the situation in Serbia and the dynamics and dialogue that the patient advocacy movement with decision makers and the wider community have had some successes. In Ireland, there are perhaps more advances in infrastructure, in access to sharing data through the European reference networks, being part of the EU and all of that. But I mean, I think that Serbia has made, as you rightly said, a lot of advances in the relationships internationally and regionally. And I think that also the fund and the way that the orphan drugs are funded in Serbia is something that can be regarded as a medium success. I think, there's never enough in ways, but I think that the mechanism there is something that many other countries look towards and see that, so it is something that it's an achievement. So, looking at it from the outside, from somebody who, admires Serbia a lot and has been coming here, I think that there have been modest achievements, and I think also in the work that I do, we work a lot with the pharmaceutical industry to help them better understand the patient's perspective of the clinical unmet need and the value of the treatments they're trying to develop. And we are now trying to tell them, well, Serbia is a great place for clinical trials. And maybe 8 years ago they weren't.
There are challenges, but
yeah, 8 years ago they weren't so receptive. But now I'm beginning to see a lot of receptivity from medium biotechs in the US, from bigger European pharmaceutical companies to look at having clinical trials in Serbia, which is great for access. It's great for it's a win. So I think in that sense it's also a sign of the changing times of perception as well of the Serbian centers and the environment. So I am positive, even though I understand the needs of the community are vast.
Great.
I would like to emphasize that positive example of Serbia, that Health Insurance Fund is paying for the genetic test that is based on next generation sequencing. And I think this is valuable for patients to have the diagnosis in 1 month or 2 weeks. Sometimes when it's urgent, it's 2 weeks. So when we talk with our colleagues from EU, they say, we can't do that. It is not possible, even in Genomics England, even in some what we think of better developed systems and countries. But we still have a lot to learn from how to fill in all these fine gaps to make the whole process smoother and easier and more accessible to patients. So, yeah, I think we have a lot to do, but we are on a good way.
Great. That's a positive message enough. So I also wanted, for almost the end, to set this country that would be a role model for this field, for rare diseases, if you have any, and also where do you think each of your countries is still lagging, in which field, and what would be the recommendation for, let's say, regulatory bodies or anyone else that you think this one step will really make a difference if it's resolved in the shortest period?
I mean, no country is perfect. There's a lot of work to do. And as I said, especially in rare diseases now, I think, which has a lot of catching up to do in this field of precision medicine, at least from a policy and an equity perspective. I would just say that in FT3, one of the things that we did was we kind of mapped out best practices, so that if you are a country that wants to improve, that there are some best practices that you should follow. The first of those was education, a co-created education. So I mentioned earlier, both the clinicians and the patients and the decision makers being more aware of the opportunities. I think, patients want the results to be clearly explained, and it's really important that that's taken into consideration in how results are explained, either by the clinician or by a genetic counselor and so on, or collaboration with both. But that's a best practice that we spoke about. Equitable access is something we touched upon, which is, I think, especially when you move into these hybrid finance systems, public insurance, private insurance, that it's important that there is equitable access and stakeholder collaboration. Especially bringing all of that global knowledge into a local reality is another best practice, I think, that we talked about. I mean, we had colleagues earlier from Karolinska in Sweden, and I mean, we look with envy at some of these countries because of the provision of services that they have, but they still have work to do in other areas. I look at Norway, for example, where there's hardly any patient advocacy movement, because in ways they have a lot of resources, but at the same time, patient advocacy covers a lot of need, emotional support and other things that a public health system doesn't quite ever cover. And so it's a shame that that their patient advocacy movement is slightly weaker in a way, and yet they have a tremendous provision of service in other areas. So that would be my answer to your question.
Perfect. Thank you.
I agree that there is no perfect country for that, but in Serbia, I would say that we are, with the technology and the science, we are doing fine. There are space for some improvements, but I think there is space for some AI maybe tools to be included into research to fasten the whole process that we want to finish. And also, I would say that we can benefit from investment in medtech and health tech area, because it is sometimes you have an idea or some research result and you can't do anything with that. So maybe that kind of investment and that field is lacking in Serbia, and it is very difficult. There are startups that are trying to be on the market and to have the product which is of value, but in Serbia is very hard. Biomedical field is difficult because the whole process is slow. and you have to prove that it is the result you wanted. So it is easier in some other IT sector to have a startup that is successful. But maybe that kind of field could be better in Serbia. So we would benefit from some investors, from some funds. It's really starting in Serbia, I would say. And of course, for us, the funding of research is very limited, and we are trying to do our best with a really limited funding.
It's the baseline, yes.
Yeah, it's the baseline. So that is something research community needs.
So understood, it's not just one thing. There's no one thing that you can say at this moment.
I mean, one of the questions I think that was asked was like, if there was one thing to focus on, my answer to that is I really think it's teamwork. It's really everybody focusing on the what's necessary for the patient, and it's really at this point in time I think very much about the access to these tests when they are appropriate. When there is a real tangible treatment that can make a difference, and also by teamwork, and we all bring our complementary perspectives. We can tell that value story that can convince the decision makers. So for me, it's about right at this point in time, everybody working together for the patient. Yeah.
Great. Do we have any more questions from the audience? Yes, please.
I have one very quick one just on what you said there, Dennis, at the end. So do you think there might be a case... Sorry, thank you. Do you think there might be a case for prioritizing testing for individuals where a treatment is potentially available ahead of other cases where, unfortunately, there's not a treatment available yet?
I think there's certainly a case for that, and there are pilots ongoing in some countries. Because as we said, in certain cases, time is of the urgency for survival or for a real quality of life to get these, where screening, for example, is not available or systematic. We as a patient movement would certainly advocate for that, but there are pilots to try and demonstrate that, yeah.
Great. I would ask you just for a final message or something that you wanted to say but you didn't have a chance.
I've said everything.
It's a huge topic.
Yeah.
We opened so many fields, and I think this is like ongoing discussion.
And I think the moment for rare diseases is certainly now for the patient organizations to really equip themselves to learn, as I said, from the cancer movement, and also learn from some of the cystic fibrosis, SMA, and all these diseases. I think to prepare for the next round of diseases, which will really need the advocacy push. Yeah.
I will build an integrative platform where all the scientists from different fields are closely working together, have all this fancy technology, and collaborate each day, and have all unlimited resources in computers. So if I had the power, I would do such a thing. We have that dream in Serbia, and I hope it will be done. We all hope that Bio4 will be our we will work there
in our ecosystem
together. In our ecosystem. So I think only when we share the knowledge and our competencies and work together could do something without the barriers of regulatory, some other administrative persons could help us, and so we have all the time and the knowledge to invest into the development of new therapies. So no patient will be left behind.
And I would just add, I think, when we see regional conferences like this and the role that Serbia is playing in the region, and I look at the work that we're doing in FT3, where we have done a lot of country pilots and country advocacy, I would encourage, NORBS and other Serbian partners to join FD3. It's an open alliance.
Great.
People can apply for membership, and we can leverage the power of the collective community also to pressure, when necessary, maybe the governments to live up to the promise. So that's an open invitation to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the offer, and thank you so much for participating. We will continue the discussion after the panel, and I would just like to mention that Serbia seems it's in a good way. I think this is the field where we're really strong. There are a lot of challenges still, but I think one of the also rare fields which offers some solutions and advantages and maybe examples for other ecosystems. And there are a lot of opportunities. So with the infrastructure, hopefully with the projects, I think we're well connected with other ecosystems through European projects and other variants. But there is still a lot of room for improvement, like biobanking that we mentioned, like funding, of course, research and all other challenges. Clinical trials that you mentioned are good, but there are still challenges for rare diseases. Yeah. But overall, I think we have a positive picture, and we have, let's say, a light that can lead us to the future. So thank you so much, and thank you all for participating. We are opening the panel for discussion outside of our stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.